Hello. All right. What's up, everybody? It's Josh Sokol here. We're about to start. Um, we're on schedule to have game one between between Will Anderson and Heidi Robertson. I'm going to be live streaming this with David Eldar. He's about to join us for game one. And this is the Canadian Scrabble Classic. Everything is ready to go. He's not gonna be sat next to me, Austin, but he's gonna be here. All right. Yes. I'm probably gonna be responding to Twitch chat too much. We're getting started. Good luck to the two players. I can't wait to see what is going on here. So yeah, I'm gonna be joined with David Eldar, and we're going to get things started. Welcome Twitch, welcome everybody. Sorry we're a bit late. Let's go. We're all ready. Okay, fantastic. So whenever I see the game and David, there. Okay. So it's just me. I don't know where David went, but David will be here soon. Fantastic. Okay, so we see the players, we see the board, everything looks good, the cameras look like they're working, we got the timer, and David is coming. Okay. Hello, big fan of Will. Hello, Benji Scrabble. Hello, WTF. Hello, Churro. Hello, Dustin. Hello, Austin. I should make chat even bigger so I can see it. Will has 630 points. Yeah. They're gonna be updating the score throughout the game. We might get off to a slower start, but yeah. Anyways, all right. We're here in Kingston, and you're not in Kingston, David. Welcome.
Hey man, how's it going? No, I'm in Australia. Where is Kingston?
It's going well. So Kingston's between Toronto and Montreal. I don't know if that helps you. Where are you in Australia right now?
Not really. No, I'm in Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Is it
Cool.
is it like a major city?
No, it's like one of the somewhat medium-sized cities in Ontario, but it's a nice location for a lot of people on the East Coast to come to, which is why we have a nice attendance of 70 people. So anyways, the game has started, and Will is going first, and it looks like the Heidi's rack is not quite visible at the moment, but we'll probably get that fixed eventually. Right now we have Will's rack.
Is everyone is everyone in the chat aware of like the layout of this tournament or what it is? Because I'm not 100%.
You should go ahead and say what you know, and if there's anything I need to interject with, because I know you're really excited about it.
Well, what I know so far is that I think it's in Canada. It's a big tournament. It goes for a number of days. We've got the world, the Collins division, and there's a American lexicon division, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's pretty much all I got.
All right. Okay. So, Benji Scrabble says a bunch of best of 90s. I don't know if you can follow Twitch chat as well. I don't know if you have it open.
It's gonna be a pretty good time.
But yeah. So here's how it works. This is What? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a massive play.
Oh, Will has a massive play?
Yeah, I won't spoil it. Yeah, he won't struggle to see that.
Oh, what? Ketoxime? Oh my goodness. All right, we're off to an insane start. I've never seen that one in my life. If you're in the Twitch chat, you can see the bot defining that particular word, ketoxime. A type of oxime, I guess. But yes, okay, anyway, Will's going to take a huge lead to start things off. We're going to get the scores updated when they come. But yeah, okay, so here's how the tournament's working. There's an 8-person bracket that we're following. And these 8 people are in the Premier division, I guess we would call it. Yeah. And this division has a completely different format from the rest of the players. The rest, I think, of the 60 other players in the tournament. And the rest of the players in the tournament are playing Scrabble as North America, and much of the world has known it for a while. 25 minutes per side. You finish all the games. Yeah, just
Classic Scrabble.
normal stuff, and it's like a Swiss pairings or like round robin pairings, where you get to play as many people as possible, pretty much.
Yeah.
Whereas this division is completely different. It's 22-minute clocks, as you see the clocks in the bottom
Yep. Yep.
center. 22 minutes. That's 3 minutes off per player, but that does
Yep.
make a difference.
Yes, it
Um,
does.
and it's a best of 5 bracket to start. So all of the 8 players have an opponent. So there are 4 games going on at once. We're bringing
Okay.
you one of them
Yeah.
at a time.
Yep.
So all those players have opponents, and they're doing a best of 5. So they're going to be playing up to 5 games. But
Right.
whoever gets to 3 games first wins
Okay.
the bracket.
Yeah.
Now, because it's an odd number of games, we don't need to include the metric that we normally use in Scrabble tournaments, which is point differential or spread.
Yeah.
Because there's an odd number of games, it doesn't matter if you have scored a total of more points than another person, because that it doesn't matter. It's going to end with 3 games to 2 games. The only way it will matter is if there is a tie, and ties are extremely rare in Scrabble, especially tournament Scrabble. We
Yes,
might
they
see a
are.
tie. That would be really exciting, but the series would have to end at a tie, 2.5 to 2.5. And what's going to happen after that, David? Did I mention this to you?
Yeah, I think you said there would be a 5-minute game. Is that correct?
Yes, a 5 minute
Okay.
game.
Wow. All right.
As we
That's
see
awesome.
Etta Ario go down, which is a really nice find by Heidi, who is our she is our what did they call it? Wild card entrant of the
Okay.
tournament.
Okay.
Um, Heidi is much lower rated than everybody else in the event by a margin of at
Uh-huh.
least 400 rating points.
Yeah. Right.
So Will right now he's rated at 2163, and Heidi is in the
Yep.
1300s. So she is a huge underdog in the event, but Heidi has been shown to be a very fierce player, and she can take a game off of anybody.
All right.
Um, but
So,
yes, we just got the score updated, by the way. Sorry.
will we be watching this entire best of 5, or will it be swapped out after this game?
Honestly, we're open. Honestly, we could
All right. All
have
right.
other people come in. We could have the same people stay. I think we're gonna run a poll or something in Twitch to figure that out.
Okay.
But yeah, basically, what's going to happen is it starts with best of 5. So after the best of 5, this is what we call the quarterfinals. It's already the quarterfinals, even though the tournament's just started. So this is the quarterfinals. After this best of 5, there is going to be a best of 7. Everyone will always be playing, but if you get eliminated from this bracket, you do not have a chance to come in first place. Basically, the
Okay, but
only person
you continue to play.
The only person that can come in first place is the person that won all 3 brackets. So we're getting to the second bracket, which is a best of 7.
Yeah.
So that's
Okay.
a bit longer. So whoever ends up with 4 wins will emerge victorious from that, and that's the semifinal bracket where there are 4 players that have won out of 8, and then in the final bracket, it's the final 2 players that are facing off, and the winner will be declared after another best of 7. Okay, there we go. We got it.
Pretty cool. I think it
And
makes a lot of
hopefully, yeah.
sense.
Yeah, and I think you're a huge fan of this format because of resignations. You want to tell us about resignations,
Yeah,
David?
well, I mean, personally, I'm not a huge believer in the spread mechanic, because it encourages people to play out dead games, which means the tournament takes longer, and people don't like playing dead games to begin with, or maybe some people do, but yeah, if and whether you enjoy playing it or not, one thing I think everyone can agree on is it is really boring to watch someone who's 200 behind just potter around and open triple triples and whatever.
Right. So what he's saying, what David's saying basically is that if you're losing by a lot in Scrabble, there's almost always, like, until you get to a certain point in the game, there is almost always a slight chance that you can come back in that
That's right.
game.
Yeah.
But sometimes the chance is so slight that many players prefer to just end the game, and you cannot do that in a normal tournament format
Yeah, that's right.
because they
Yeah,
use the point differential, which requires games to end. Because if you end a
yeah,
game prematurely, you don't have the right differential between players. So
yeah.
that is
Well said. Well
actually
said.
a fiery debate amongst, I guess, mostly expert players whether or not to use spread differential. And I think there's a growing cohort of people that would prefer not to use it because of reasons, certain reasons like playing out dead games, and other reasons of making plays that don't even give you a chance to win the game, but rather invite the game to end at a smaller margin than you would otherwise have if you were going for the win and making very
It's
extreme decisions, basically.
it's certainly controversial. The other thing about it is that spread, and this one's a little more, I guess you could say, like a secret thing or not so secret, but spread gives the better players a huge advantage. At the end of any given tournament, 90% of the time, the best players always have the biggest spread. So it really makes it much more of a game of skill, which you might think is good and you might think is bad. But personally, I believe it's a much more fun game when everyone has a chance to win. And spread always ensures that the top players have that extra edge to get ahead.
Right. So, for example, if we were playing a normal format, what might happen is Heidi could finish the tournament with just as many wins as Will. However, what would then happen is whoever has scored more than their opponents would take away the opportunity for Heidi to win anything, even though she won the same amount of
Yes,
games.
that's right. Yeah,
And you will often see in Scrabble tournaments because of the fact that there is a little bit of variance or luck in the game. You'll often see people take wins off of better players, um, and what happens is if you have a situation where spread is a factor, those lower rated players have so much less of a chance to do anything, basically.
that's right. Yeah,
Anyways, we saw a few plays go down as we were explaining this format, but as always in chat, if you have questions, I'll be trying to follow uh, the Twitch chat. Um, is it you or is the quality terrible? I think the quality is pretty good. I'm not really sure. From my end, things look good. I can see the tiles, I can see everything.
uh,
But if other people in chat can have the same issue, please let us know. We're looking
yeah.
for all of your feedback. We just got started.
Respond to just quickly to Benji Scrabble there that most tiebreaks will favor the better player. That is definitely true, but some tiebreaks will favor them more than others.
Hmm.
So that's just what that's all about.
Right. Okay, so the dictionary, Francis, 1408, we're using CSW 21. I think we have the ability maybe to, oh no, we don't, but the CSW 21 dictionary is being used in these tournaments as in this tournament as it is sanctioned by, oh, there you go. See, you see it. It is sanctioned by NASPA, and NASPA uses the CSW 21 word list, the most up to date version.
Nice graphic.
And yeah, nice graphic. Look at that. All these fun things
Yeah, right.
happening. Yes. So sorry, yeah, we should talk about the game. So what happened here? I mean, Will is ahead by not by too much anymore. He started off with an incredible we would call this a low probability word because of the letters it uses. The X and the K only appear once in the Scrabble set. So to have both of those at the same time is already extremely unlikely. And he was able to use all of his letters to make Ketoxime. And yeah, Heidi's been fighting. She played through
Yeah,
two double word scores at Aereo to get rid of a lot of vowels. Will responded with FAUX. And I think we saw what we call a little staircase. We don't have a graphic for that, but if you can imagine what a staircase looks like, it's when people make plays one next to the other, a few times in a row. So we saw Paua, Bon, Caddy, and then Ios. And so now the staircase is pretty much complete. There's probably going to be a point in the game where somebody drops one letter at the very top right of the board to make QIS or QIN. But yeah, we see Fairy come down for Heidi, and we'll
So
get those scores
have,
updated as
have
quick as
these two
possible.
players ever played each other?
Yes. However, they've never played in a tournament, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, okay. So
So
this is
this is
their
the
first
first time they're playing.
they should meet.
Yeah. hmm But
All right,
they've played online a bunch. I'm pretty sure.
all right.
Well,
Well,
I'm certain they've played, and they're good friends actually, Will and Heidi.
okay, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it's looking already. I guess at the score line, it's looking already like it's going to be pretty tough for Heidi to get back in here. But I guess she'll be wanting to make like somehow a big bingo play, hopefully before Will does, to make this game like even-ish, basically.
hmm Yeah. Right now we see she has two H's, but she has some decent other letters that go well together. We see the
Yeah,
GHT
this
combination.
track looks bad, but it's really not. It's really quite all right because IGH, that sort of thing, actually tends. Once you have a T there, it works together quite well. There's a few options on board for her here, thanks to that synergy.
hmm Yeah, and we see in chat big fan of Will, who uh, well, I will not dox because this is Twitch, but big fan of Will is a big fan of Will Anderson and knows a lot about Will Anderson, and I'm sure a lot of you as well are big fans of Will, but unfortunately that name is already taken on Twitch. But big fan of Will in chat saying yes, they play code names every single Monday. I actually am a part of this exclusive group as well of mostly members from the Ottawa Scrabble Club. So Ottawa, the capital of Canada, has a pretty vast Scrabble club, and every Monday they meet to play Code Names, which is another word game. It's a really fun game actually if you've never tried it. But yes, Heidi and Will meet every Monday. Will is a and myself, because I don't live in Ottawa, we're exclusive guests to the Ottawa Scrabble Club Code Names Monday night, and that is where a lot of the fiery competition also appears between the two of these players. Anyways,
Just
um,
looking at this spot, there's a few interesting options on board. So first,
mhm,
there's height or HIGHT, which is some
mhm,
archaic word. Which so basically, all of the players that are on board are gonna go in the bottom left corner, hooking to the
mhm,
E to make a two-letter word. So yeah,
right.
there's height if she happens to know that. But one other thing she can do is play high, HIGH, and EH, and then the next turn, she can access the triple playing Phi or A
Oh,
high, if she happens to know that, and set herself up for a
oh,
massive score. Which, if you're the lower rated player and and already she's behind in the score, you could. It's probably a good idea to try super aggressive moves like that to try and get in this
mhm.
game.
Right. So what we're saying here is the E in eta area, that word in the center of the board. That's where Heidi's going to be looking to play underneath that E, making a host of different options that she has there. But basically, she'll be hooking the E probably with one of her H's to make A, which
Yeah,
is very aptly quite a Canadian word for our Canadian Scrabble Classic coverage. And yeah, there are a bunch of options there, and one of those is really cool. Yeah, the play of high, which stops one short of that far left column, which is a triple word column. Um, and okay, she makes a similar play, but I don't think there is a way to access that triple now, right?
yeah, that's probably much less favorable because typically speaking, the G is a really terrible letter, and the I is also not great. So that's a bit of a yeah. Maybe she just overlooked high there.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, potentially she might have overlooked that. But yeah, she does score 25 points with that play. But it does seem like her rack has now deteriorated a little bit,
Yeah, it's
unfortunately.
definitely. She's actually well, not deteriorated because she's drawn a bingo out of the bag, but
Oh,
it's probably not going to play anywhere. Uh,
There's a
yeah, and
word
I
there?
think yeah, there is. Someone in the chat has spotted it. I think though it's going to be pretty interesting to see what Will does here. So this board, the way it's structured, doesn't really have a lot of opportunities to make high
Hmm.
scores. So the only real place Will can make a high score is by using Ketok sign. So there's a triple letter there, and you can play your S there, going both ways for like 30, 40 points, which is,
Right.
not to be sneezed at. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes there. Because typically, when you're ahead in a game and when you're playing a weaker opponent, it's you want to keep things safe and tight, so to speak. So I'm wondering if Will is gonna, take the risk and open it up there.
Yeah, yeah. We'll see what Will does. Let's take a moment, by the way. If you guys notice the word Twigloo being available, David is going to spot these plays much faster than me. Because David, who I'm joined with today, I know a lot of you know this in chat, but for those of you that are unaware, David is widely recognized as the second best Scrabble player in the entire world. So we're not like, I know someone says Achu in the chat, but we're not sneezing over here at our commentators. So yeah, the
Too
analysis is going to
kind.
be
Thanks,
really really
thanks.
awesome.
I'll
Um,
try not to spoil any plays or ruin anything for anyone watching or play along or anything. But yeah, that's it was worth mentioning.
Yeah. Myself, I mean, I consider myself a good player, but I definitely don't have the accolades, the recognition, or the skill that my counterpart David has. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and follow along, but we're gonna have a
Too
good
kind.
time
Too
for
kind.
sure. So guides is the play, and that doesn't look necessarily like it scores so much because the only bonus squares that it hits, all the colored squares on the Scrabble board, if you're unfamiliar, are called bonus squares. Um, are triple letters, and you're only tripling the U and the E, which are 1 point tiles. But if you calculate everything, it comes up to, like David said, around 40 points just because you're getting all of those points from ketoxime, by making the word ketoxymes and Fe as well. So yeah, that's a huge score. And in terms of precision, by the way, we will eventually have it so that I can figure out exactly, or both of us potentially can figure out exactly how much players are scoring. But yeah, we're working on that. I actually have a partner in crime who's also in the chat on Twitch, by the name of 64-Bit Scrabble, who is following the game along in an analysis program, and he's sending the scores along as well so that those can be updated. But eventually, we will have the ability to not only analyze games after they have been played, but also be a little bit more precise and quick with those updates for you
Cool.
guys.
I think Heidi would have been happy to see guides go down. It actually gave her a very easy decision
Hmm.
to score an easy 40 or so points. So that
Mhm.
probably worked out quite nicely for her. And this game is still alive. Like she's still in it for sure.
Yeah, yeah. If the scores are up to date, that's 50 points. The way to score to come back into a game where you're down around 50 points tends to be a bingo. I'm not sure if we have defined that one yet, but if we have a little animation for that, people can figure out what a bingo is, and there it is. I love these little animations. But yes, you get a 50-point bonus, as well as the score of your play for a bingo, and that is the way back into games when you're behind by such margins.
I
And we
think
see, I think we see one on. Is that a obliger? Is that even good?
yeah, obliger is good, and globier is also a word. But yeah, that's the thing is, yeah, Will is obviously aware of that, and yeah, he's going to be doing everything he can to not let Heidi play a long word and score lots of points.
Yeah. So yeah, MOY looks like a very very
And
logical play
actually,
there.
this is kind of a good situation for Heidi. I mean, all things considered, because if she can make it across, so there's two scoring spots left on the board, and that's the triple at the bottom left and the triple at the top right. And if she can access the triple at the bottom left, then there's actually, not really that much going on anymore. And that's good for her because it slows down the game and gives her a chance to get back in if she gets lucky and draws a blank, which is the most important letter in the game. She will absolutely need to draw the blank to win the game. If she doesn't draw it, she's pretty much completely dead. So
Hmm.
that's going to be her hope here, basically.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this has been mentioned already. There is somewhat of a way back into this game that is unlikely to disappear so quickly, and that is making a word ending in the E of Celt.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
going to be very, very hard for Will to make a play that gets rid of that as a threat, excuse me, because of how difficult it is to score in that area of the board without opening anything else. So that is a nice crutch as well, I would say, for Heidi.
yeah, for
But
sure.
on Will's end, I would say that he can also just sit back and relax, like I'm doing in this commentary booth, um, because he now has an N, and there's no way that Heidi's going to play in that top right, as we mentioned earlier, with Chin or Cheese. And Will, if he wants to, as long as there's nothing really important to address somewhere else on the board, he can just drop that N for 36 points. As we see
Ouch.
Heidi putting down Oblige, which unfortunately, actually, she's blocking herself there. But she is also trying to open other parts of the board at the same time. But I
Yeah,
do
I
think
think
that it might have been a good idea to leave that available for later.
Yeah, I think that's an easy trap to fall for is that not feeling as if like the board is open, so therefore I need to urgently open because I'm behind. And what ends up happening is you fall further and further behind when you really could have just waited until a bit later. Whereas, Oblige is a fine play, but it doesn't really score that much, which is the problem there.
Yeah. And now I think Will can be even more just chill about dropping his end, which he's doing right now. Because now he knows that there's not a huge potential score coming
Yeah,
directly down from that center triple
yeah,
move score. He is keeping two R's. We do like to mention, for beginners and for everybody, if you can help it, try not to keep two of the same tile, unless that tile, of course, is the blank tile or an S tile. Those are the two best tiles in the game, and you don't really mind having two of those, or even an E. You could have two of those, but every other tile. Okay, sorry, I know I'm changing the rule of thumb while I'm saying it, but yeah, we try not to keep duplicate letters, is what we call them. But given Will's significant lead here, he does not really have to worry about that at this point.
I'll throw out a quick quiz for the chat if anyone's interested. There's three long words that end in guides. So they're 10 letters or 11 letters, three words. And if you can get them, well done to you.
Yeah, there's there's many, there might be a few. I think I can think of one.
Yeah,
Um,
okay. They end in
but
guides, so I'll put this in the chat if anyone wants to take a stab. I think that'll be it.
Oh,
Wait,
wave
yeah, is
guide.
wave
Yeah,
guide
that
the
is
word?
one of those. And
Yeah,
as you guys just saw, there was another little fun widget on the stream. You saw chin being defined as well on the live stream. But as always, if you're watching from home, you can queue up the define command in chat. Um, and the way to do that is to put exclamation mark DEFINE define, and put any word that you see that is a valid word, and it'll tell you what the definition of that word is. So that's a nice little thing that we're able to do here, for Twitch, for Twitch Scrabble.
yeah. So a waveguide is a metal conductor for waves. Yeah, that's not what I would have thought it was.
Oh, there's one that's 5 letters long.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. Yeah, I think someone in the chat is aware of it. Evzone Auto Guide. Yep, that's the other one. And it seems like between all of you, you got all of them. So well done, guys.
Yeah, Evzone 1. Do you know who that is, David?
I I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey,
Evzone
super
1.
smart. Sorry to interrupt. Just
Yeah.
super smart from Heidi to
Oh,
play an
that is a
E on top of
beautiful
that.
play.
She realized she needed to make an extra line for herself to play a seven-letter word ending in S and also making SJOE. So some
Yes.
good fight there. Yeah.
So SJOE, yes, and you're not hearing us wrong. That is a valid word. So SJOE is now basically a protected line for Heidi. It's very
Yeah.
hard to get rid of that line without having an S yourself. So that is a very keen play from Heidi, reopening something very nice for herself on the second row, because there are exactly 7 spots available there. So
Yes.
if she does
Very
end up
convenient.
drawing into a 7-letter word ending in S, she will be able to maybe come back in this game, which is not, I
Yeah.
don't think, happening this turn.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you there. You were saying?
I don't remember. No
It's,
problem. Oh
yeah.
yeah, Evzone 1. So Evzone 1 is actually also potentially going to be joining for commentary at a later period
Yeah,
in
right.
this live stream. But Evan Borofsky is his name. He is a top 3 player in Canada in the CSW lexicon, and unfortunately, he couldn't make it to this event. But it'll be great having him talking through games. But yes, CSW. That is the lexicon. Again, we see that
Very
really cute little widget.
interesting. Oh, Will drew the blank. That's irritating.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we see that. If you see that maple leaf, uh, that is our blank tile. Basically, in a regular set of Scrabble, you have 2 blank tiles, and normally they come completely blank because that's what they are, blank tiles. But the pro tiles, the tiles that we use in tournaments that are not brailleable, tend to have designs on them sometimes, or at the very least, they have a value, and that value is 0. So the blank tile, yes, it scores 0 points, but it is the best tile in the game. You can use it to make a host of words with any letter of the alphabet, and that is the most precious tile in the game. And ours is a maple leaf, of course, because this is the Canadian Scrabble Classic, the inaugural event that we're running over here in Kingston, Ontario. And yeah, we gotta have our maple leaves, I guess.
Oh, that's gonna make it ugly. There's very little way back into this. I'm just yeah. What do you think is the best way back now? I would think Heidi would be looking to try and make a long word to the triple, the remaining triple on the board, to try and breathe some life into this.
Yeah, maybe. Or okay, we see pair,
Oh,
which is sensible to try and open something new and a new threat on the board. But it's going to be really easy with most racks to just make a play through that R and shut everything down. Well, not quite everything, but a
yeah,
lot of
that's
what you're worried about. But I think
Will
we're
actually.
about to see. What's that?
Does he have much to work with here, or am I?
I
Is,
think he could just play like Zerk
oh
for
yeah, of course.
66,
All
just
right.
making
Well,
making the
that's
blanket K,
okay.
and that'll probably be a good game. If he
Oh wow.
plays,
Hang on.
oh wait a sec, okay, okay, hold on.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, but I think that's what
There's
Will will do
a
probably. So
sliver.
he'll bring
There's a
himself up
sliver
to
of hope.
399. But sorry, go ahead, David. What
No,
what
no,
is
no.
happening on Heidi's
Yeah.
rack?
I wasn't saying anything interesting. It just yeah, that was really unexpected. For those not in the know, W is a terrible tile to make seven-letter words with, and I is also quite bad. So yeah, there's an absolutely outrageous draw. And if she drew the blank after this, this may have been very, very close.
Right. But okay, we see it could be okay. It could be Zerk. It could be zero. We actually have no way of knowing what this blank tile is designated as, unless we have our producer on scene checking, which we just see a little head there. All right, wow, on cue, about to tell us what that tile is. It's a K. Okay, he did play Zerk. That's what I like to see. That's the play I recommended, so I'm proud of myself. But that blank could have also been an O for zero. And actually, one thing absolutely nobody in this chat knows is except Josh Gruno 99, who actually went and just checked the blank. Thank you, Josh, who's producing on site, making sure everything looks good for you guys. Um, what is going on in this tournament? There's a really fun prize that they've set up. I'm not actually sure if this prize is for the main event or if it was just for the early bird event, but one of the prizes is highest scoring number word, I think. It's just completely random, but if you play a number such as zero,
All right.
you can win a prize at this tournament. I don't know, A, if that is happening during the main event, or B, if either player is aware. Oh no.
Oh, no, what?
Oh no. Okay, so we're seeing Heidi playing EWE here instead of
Whoops.
her seven-letter word of weenies, and there could be two reasons for that. The number one reason could be she did not spot where it played, which would make her play of Joe unfortunately a big
Oh, no.
oversight, or she was unsure of the word. And if you're unsure of a word
Or
against a
maybe,
player like
I mean,
Will,
I think this is not super likely, but there's an outside chance she was trying to end the game in a bingo,
that
which
also could be, yes, yes. So
theoretically makes
instead of taking the big score now, she could have been trying to make as many points on the current board as possible because she knows that it's impossible for Will to block the
sense.
S
You
Joe
know what?
spot
It's
without an
actually
S.
it's not that crazy. She scores
Yeah,
40
it
points
isn't.
for this, opposed to 80, and she needs
Actually, yeah.
something big to
This
get
might
back
be
in the game.
genius. This might be
If,
genius. As we
well,
see, sorry, go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
because we're seeing here what she actually needed to happen was to play weenies and for Will to have a rack like this, which
Ah,
would
yes.
actually be a realistic way for her to get back in here. And now it's just it's. I mean, yeah, he'll have to change, but it's well, can he change?
Can he change? Good question. Let me do a quick count while you while you entertain
The
chat.
don't worry
Um,
about it. The problem is that six in the bag, someone confirmed. So no, he can't change. But the problem with that is now she doesn't have a bingo on her rack anymore. So that's
right.
pivotal this situation.
Yeah, I agree that there's a pretty much an 100% chance that Heidi knows the word Joe, and I think it's one of the other two things that she maybe didn't spot that she was setting it up because it is so weird. A lot of the players that play in CSW in North America has started by playing in NWL, which is widely used in North America only. It's the North American list, and I think we have a graphic for that as well. But in that dictionary NWL, SJO is not a valid word. So if you're switching from NWL, which you see on the screen right now, to CSW, which Heidi has done in recent years, it could take another like few years to really get these new hooks, and a hook. I think we also have a graphic for that. But to have these weird words that are not in the NWL dictionary. Excuse me. Yeah, we see hook there. Just solidified in your brain, right? Like there's a chance that she doesn't know it. I'm almost certain she knows it, but just the idea that the word Joe takes an S as a hook on both sides is something that takes so long to really nail into your head, especially if you're
Yeah.
continuing to play in both lexica at the same time, which a lot of North American players, and I know specifically Heidi, does. So it could be just forgetting about it as well.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to juggle. Interesting. Yeah, okay, Will's just gone for the pretty much the only word he can make, which plays two letters.
Hmm.
There's really very little he can do here. So
Hmm.
yeah, Gary is totally fine. And now I wonder if there is some sort of way back in here.
Yeah, because the score is within 100, right?
So what
Okay.
is that score correct? That she is about
Okay.
100? Oh, okay. She's just given
Yeah,
up it.
but yeah, this is the end. So yeah, we see S Joe. She knows the word. She saw it. At least this time she saw it, and yeah, she's decided to just play off 6 letters, which
Yeah.
will empty the bag and bring us into an end game. And yeah, that'll be it for this game.
Well, easy to criticize someone for giving up, but honestly, like the chances for winning this game were like 5% anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, interesting would have been if she played Sarai, Serai, along the bottom for like 50 or whatever. Yeah, then
Ooh, yeah,
maybe take it from there. But
yeah. Wow,
he drew an
Sarai.
absolute fluke out of the bag, potentially for one, or even just Veld and Vaya, if anyone
Hmm.
spotted that. But there's lots of, at the end of the day, it's not easy to win when you're 100 behind. The game was probably in a lot of trouble a long time ago.
Hmm. Whoa. By 17? Oh, yeah, by 75. Okay. That makes
Wow.
a lot more sense. All right, so Will finds his best play. 64-bit Scrabble, as I said, is following the game in our analysis software, and Will has spotted his best endgame play. You saw the definition of endgame brought up on screen there as well, which is super helpful. Thanks to our producer for that. And yeah, now it's on to Heidi to try and find her best play. And why I say best play, uh, the end game when there are no remaining tiles in the tile bag to draw, the end game is solvable. Unlike pretty much the entirety of a Scrabble game, we have solved Scrabble end games. That makes the end game a lot more like chess, where you can find the optimal best sequence to go and play, and that is because of tile tracking. And tile tracking is a very useful tool not only in the end game but throughout the game. And I don't know if we can see. Yeah, we can see what tracking is there as well. Awesome.
Well,
So you can read about that. So yeah, the end game is solvable. So when we say best play, it's because we can figure it out basically.
a couple of things is one, this would be a great point to resign. Um, this is the game is well and truly over. The other thing is you can see from navies that she was in fact aware of the S Joe thing, so maybe EWE was intentional potentially,
Hmm. Right. Yeah.
which would
Exactly.
be some good foresight, and that shows some pretty solid thinking in my opinion.
Yeah. Potentially. Yeah. It could also just be that she
Yeah, she
forgot
may have
about it
just
for one
happened
turn.
to. She may have just happened to remember the next turn as well.
Yeah,
you know.
because I did see no, but seriously, David, I did see her look at the camera at some point between her play of EWE and Navy's and like laugh. It could have been that she's like,
Oh,
"Oh
okay,
no,
okay.
I
Yeah,
missed it." It could have been. It could have
yeah.
been.
I definitely know that laugh. It's like, oh no, not again.
But yeah, so this game one is going to go to Will in our inaugural coverage of the Canadian Scrabble Classic 2022. Um, Here is what you need to know. We are switching over to a different game. We're going to be watching, I'm pretty certain, Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Noah Slatkov. Yep. Okay,
Okay,
great.
okay.
So Matthew Tunnecliffe, one of the top players in Canada. Um, he has won a national championship as well in North America, and we're going to be watching him face off against Noah Slatkov, who is 15 years old, and he is pretty much what you would call a Scrabble prodigy. He has made incredible gains in
Cool.
Scrabble ever since he was. I think he started playing at the age of 8 or 9 at in the Ottawa Scrabble Club. Both are members, by the way, Matthew and Noah, of the Ottawa Scrabble Club, and yeah, he. I could tell from a very early point that he was extremely good at the game, extremely aware of how to play, and very curious and trying to get better. And right now, he has around a I think 1900 rating, somewhere in the 1800s. I'm actually going to get those stats for you guys
Noah,
eventually.
Noah does. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, his stats, and I will be more precise with those. His stats are
That of a greater
his
man.
stats are similar. Sorry, excuse me. His stats are
Okay,
like
okay.
very similar to Matthews. Anyways, we'll get those for you. But yeah, I think we're gonna take a little bit of a break from the regular screen while everybody gets set up. I think David's going to be with us for the next game as well, but we're also going to be
Yep.
joined by a third commentator, or would you call it commentatrix? I'm not really sure. But we're going to be joined by Nitya Chagti, who's going to be helping us talk about the game and talk about what's going on here. So yeah, I think we're going to take a little small break while we get everybody set up, and we'll be back with you. I think very soon, everybody. So yeah, if we could go to a little break, that would be fantastic, and we'll be right back with you. Pretty sure that's what we should do.
All right. See you soon,
Um,
guys.
yeah, but I'm still live, so hi.
Oh, hey.
I
Oh,
am Josh
sorry.
Sokol, and
Oh, yeah. I
David's still
didn't know
here.
there was
But
a break when you were saying there's a break. I'm like, all right, cool. Time to go watch some TV. I'm like, all right, no, all right, we can chat here
yeah,
as well.
yeah, no, we'll see what we're doing. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, commentator A. Anyways, yeah, as the event continues, we're gonna get more aware of of the flow of things. You guys as well as us over here. But yeah, we're here all night. I'm here all night. I'm here all weekend. You're not getting rid of me. And commentatrix is not a word, sadly. But yeah, game one goes to Will. But we were really, yeah, I was really impressed with how Heidi played. What about you, David?
Yeah, I mean, I thought, what is Heidi's rating?
1300 something.
I think
But
that's very solid for 13. I'm putting air quotes here that no one can see. 1300 level. I think that's
yeah.
pretty nicely played. Shows good level of thinking, in my opinion. And yeah, from
Mhm.
Will, pretty standard game. I don't think he really missed anything major. We didn't see all of his plays. There was a lot of chit chat in between, but he didn't really seem to overlook anything major.
Yeah, and that is what we've come to expect of Will Anderson. If you don't know him, if you don't love him, you will eventually if you continue to watch these sorts of things. But yeah, he is potentially he's definitely in the running for best player in North America. Um,
Yeah,
and
yeah, definitely.
also yeah, you two have played a couple times, but yeah, let's just jump into I think the next game. I think we're ready to bring in
Oh, okay.
Nits, um, and I'm going to be saying Nits rather than Nitsia, which I think this will appreciate. But yeah, we're gonna bring her in. We're gonna go right back to start game two here. Hello.
Hey, hi, how are you
Okay.
guys
Wow, we
doing?
have a full screen here. What's
Ooh,
up?
yeah, that's kind of scary.
All
I
right.
mean, you guys
The
can see
stage
the
is
whole
yours.
shebang.
I'm gone. Yeah, you better start hosting.
Okay, all right. Well, hi everyone. I'm Nitz. I am a player from India and I'm still Indian, but I moved to North America and I decided I miss Scrabble and I really wanted to play. So I went to the New Orleans Crescent Cup this January and it's been my first time playing tournament Scrabble since I don't know, for a very long time. It's been really cool.
How'd you
I
go?
missed it. Sorry?
How'd you go?
Fine. Honestly,
Okay.
average. And I am perfectly fine with it. Very realistic, you
All
know?
right.
All right, look, we see everybody here. Okay, great. We got Noah, we got Matthew, whose name doesn't fit on the screen. That's funny.
Ooh.
So,
We got Matthew Tunney, which is really funny because certain things we do in the Scrabble community is we anagram each other's names. And Matthew has one of the best name anagrams, and he calls himself Muffin with Tentacle, and that is an anagram. An anagram is rearranging every single letter in a word or multiple words to make other words. And so his name, Matthew Tunnicliffe, can be anagrammed to Muffin with Tentacle. So I think it's really funny that it says Matthew Tunnicle because it's almost tentacle. Anyway, sorry, I'm just being silly.
I hope he
so
just
these
doesn't,
guys,
watch the
are these
VOD
guys
for
all
this
Canadian?
because.
Sorry, we're
What's
talking at the
that?
same time.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say that if you're going to make fun of him, I just hope he doesn't, go back and watch the VOD for this. Poor guy.
Yeah, no, it's okay. He can handle it. What were you about to say, David?
Yeah, I think he'll be okay.
Oh no, his name is fixed. Great job. Great job, guys in the back.
We have the
But
best
yes,
characters.
yeah, honestly, it's too bad that this couldn't make it to the tournament. I think he wanted to come, but there's some
I
issues
really did.
with like I don't know, visas. I don't know if I'm saying too much, but
Yeah. Imagine
yeah,
being
it's
from a
kind of hard
country
to get
that,
to Canada.
yeah, makes you get a visa for every country you go to. Yeah. Rough.
Yeah.
But I hope everyone's having a great time in Kingston. And kudos to all of you guys who've made this happen. I mean, this is crazy. The first in person Canadian, tournament since everything. That's awesome.
Yeah, this is the first multi-day tournament in Canada. Well, the first, I guess, in a hotel venue, like large multi-day event in Canada ever since COVID. So yeah, this is very exciting. Lots of people have been itching to play for around 2 years. Um, and yeah, we're gonna get underway. We're gonna probably fix Noah's rack as well, so we can see his tiles. Right now, we see a nice design, which is what's supporting the camera. But yeah, we'll eventually be able to get that fixed. I think. There you go. Amazing.
So
And
before you get going, are these guys both Canadian?
yeah,
Ooh.
so both of these guys are Canadian. They both play in Ottawa. Heidi as well plays in Ottawa in
Yeah,
the
right.
Ottawa Scrabble Club. And so yeah, they've played each other a lot. I
All
don't
right.
actually know exactly what their head to head record is
Yeah.
in tournaments, but I do have a few stats that I can probably pull up. Um, but yeah, these two players are definitely familiar with each other, and Noah is first, and we see him thinking about Ween.
You ever think that these players get to know each other so well through club games that they know exactly how to beat them? If you play someone enough times, you would know what their, like advantages and, like what their weaknesses are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's actually one of the cool things about I guess match play style events like these is that you get to play people multiple times, and if you're not familiar with how they play, you're getting more and more familiar as the games go on. So yeah, that's a really
By the
cool
way,
thing. I think.
your audio is a little choppy, Josh.
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, you might.
Yeah. What's
Yeah,
going on here?
just letting you know.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what has occurred here. Uh,
Ryan says to check your
um,
wires, just real quick.
are we? Am I better
Oh,
now?
no,
Yeah,
it's fine.
much better.
You fixed it. Well done.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's interesting.
You
So
are now
basically,
a mechanical
all
engineer.
I
So
did,
good job.
yeah, all I did to screw that up, unfortunately, was minimize the window. That's really weird. That's never happened before. And I'm a
Pretty
pro streamer, so I don't know what's going on.
Wow.
Um, but yeah, if that does happen again, please let me know. Yeah, I was just trying to pull up some
pretty interesting choice
statistics.
by Matthew or Matt. I don't know which he prefers to change there when he could have played EUOI, keeping OUT, I think, under Ween, WH of
Hmm.
Ween, making Quo and Ho. I'm pretty surprised he elected to change there. That's a lot of points to sacrifice. So I wonder if he overlooked it because he's used to playing in American, or if he just chose not to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. EUI is one of those words you're going to see a lot in CSW, and it's just a really great way to get rid of a lot of your vowels.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's possible he just missed that. It's possible he just saw two U's and he's like, I don't want these. Because
Mm.
yeah, that would have scored on 15 points. Um,
Well, yeah,
and
and it
yeah,
would
it's
have more critically blocked things up because now he's 0-60, and it's
hmm,
already he's already in a lot of trouble.
yeah. Yeah, that could have been a little miss there. But I wouldn't say he's in a lot of trouble yet. But I mean, you
Okay.
know better than me, David.
Well, I mean,
um,
I don't know, but all I'd say is if I was in his position now, I would be seriously concerned. This is already a really bad spot to be in. You're probably already down to 30% to win, or possibly even lower.
hmm,
I'll actually run a
yeah,
quick sim
maybe.
on that just to check.
Oh, you're also gonna be. Yeah, we
Well, I'm
could
just
have
running.
our guy here as well. Give us
No, I
information
only ran
on
I
statistics.
ran a sim on the first move for my own curiosity, just to see if EUOI is something that the sim agrees with or not. And yeah, it's suggesting that it's a significant. Or if you believe in playing like the sim does, it suggests that it's a significant oversight. But yeah, I was
Hmm.
wrong. So you're down to, well, once Kui goes down, Noah is 65% to win, which is already very significant. And
We have a suggestion from the chat that he should just resign.
Yeah, yeah. What do you think?
Get is a very low scoring play. And yep, I'm sending it out right now, and Quackle is saying 32% to win. So yeah, it's already pretty ugly, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
Yeah, it could be definitely. But as we do know, there's a ton of game still to be played unless one player elects
Yeah,
to end the
yeah, for
game.
sure. I mean, any 30%, one in three happens one in three times. So there's lots of game to be played here.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to run a prediction actually. So I'm going to be doing that. And if you're in Twitch chat and you have any channel points, those are right under the chat bar where you can type messages. There should be a little circle there with a number, and you can bet your channel points for free. And on the prediction on who was going to win this game. So let me get that started while you guys talk it through.
I do that all the time to Zoe. That's great.
Wow. Thanks for putting us right under the bus.
I don't even. Oh, it's still Noah's turn. Okay. Yeah. So there's
32% yes, so he basically lost. Not sure that's what I exactly said, but I'll take it.
is fouling a word, by the way? Noah did
Yes,
have
it is.
that
Isn't
available.
Boeingly a word as well? Yeah, he probably just didn't or know that or
Oh,
overlooked it.
Boeingly. Oh
Yeah,
wow.
Ooh.
extra 8 points. But I think bowling over fouling was probably intentional because he can play FY and NY and IF, so he can play a little
True.
block of two-letter words, scoring 30 points next turn, getting rid of two awkward letters, which I have a feeling is something he might have had in mind.
All right, sorry. The prediction is up. Great, awesome. And yeah, I'm gonna be trying to find some interesting numbers for you guys. Now that I have a full team of commentators on my side.
I have about 2,000 of these orbs, so I'm gonna bet it all. I'm gonna do it.
All right. So we have Nids putting in all of her
We gotta
points
do it. It's for the content.
for the youngin, right?
Yep. Well, no,
Awesome.
I messed up. No one tell anyone. Don't look.
Wait, what? You voted for the wrong person?
Yes.
Oh no.
Technology is difficult, okay?
And yes, the
It's
Future
hard.
Fragments team. Yes, the blank tile is a Canadian flag. Those are the special tiles that each participant of the Canadian National Scrabble Championship receives during the tournament. So yeah, a little fun little tidbit that we mentioned already. We got lots of maple leaves for this Canadian Classic.
Someone in the chat has suggested as a joke Nitself, but actually itself here would be an incredible find. It's a
Ooh.
word that I've never seen played. I wouldn't be surprised if it has never been played. It's super unlikely to play a 6-letter word with such common letters because usually you'd have a bingo available. And for such a high score, that would be pretty great.
So where would that be played, David?
It would be
With
along the bottom
bowlings?
making bowlings.
So bowlings being a word. I learned at some point that in felt.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a slightly better play available.
Oh
You can
yeah.
see it. That's super good.
But bowling does take that plural, that S plural, because I think it is a sport. Well, I know it is a sport, but I think pretty much all sports can be pluralized. All sports are nouns. But yes, infelt
Yo,
is being
it's being
challenged.
challenged.
And I think eventually over the weekend we're gonna have it set up so you guys get to see what goes on at the challenge computer. We don't have that set up right now, but I think eventually we're gonna get that set up for you guys, and it's gonna be really fun to see the players' reactions to the challenge. So as you saw, they both got up because we use an adjudication software on a computer to verify the validity of words. And if you're unfamiliar with what a challenge is, I think we have a graphic for that. But basically, what has occurred here is Noah was unsure of the word of infelt, so he challenged it. And there's no graphic. Okay, that's okay. And what that does in this situation is they go up to the computer, they verify the play, and if it's valid, the player that played it gets 5 points extra. So now we have a situation where I think Matthew has potentially 5 more points than he had previously, and I think that was actually that was 22. Yeah, okay, that is actually accurate. So the score is currently accurate. And FY, as you mentioned, David,
Yeah,
Fierce Turn does come down for
this is
Noah.
an interesting spot because I think Noah got a little bit. He spotted Ditzy, which was the other option, and he got a little bit stuck on his setup for himself, and he made what I'm pretty sure is a significant misjudgment because IF is actually quite all right for bingoing through all those letters through the top, and with a blank in your hand, you want to bingo as soon as possible. And DZIT is quite bad for bingoing. It's nowadays the way the Z has taken shape. It's like a very powerful tile, and as a way of quick thinking, people quickly think, all right, I should keep the Z. But I think here that's actually a bit of a misjudgment, and you can see that now. It's completely useless with this rack.
Oh, so yeah, so the play that David would have liked to see is through that same eye, right? Just playing the word
But
ditzy.
yeah, I'm
right?
just simming it now in the background, and it's very, very close. Like it's almost a dead heat, so it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah.
But yeah, now we see a bingo as we just saw the graphic of Fidelis. I think that was probably the highest score that Matthew could get with his letters there, and yeah, it's a close game now. But Noah does have a lot of firepower on his rack. Let's see
Yeah,
what he
these
can do with
lanes
it.
are juicy.
Yeah.
I wonder what he's
I
going to
don't
do with
know.
this.
He has a lot of firepower, but it's a bit awkward. I mean, he'll probably just play JIZ here, I guess. You know,
Maybe.
and end up getting rid of the Z that he was stuck with from the previous turn. I don't know if there's anything else on that scores more than that.
So
And retain.
JIZ, and we hear the Z because we're not. None of us are American. Do you still say Z, Nitz?
Depends
Or
on
do
who
you
I'm
say
talking
Z?
to.
Yeah, same actually.
Yeah,
But
gotta speak
I
American
think
for the
we should make
Americans.
this. No, we should make this a Z only stream. I think not allowed to say
Okay.
Z.
Good
Do you
play from
agree?
Noah, and last turn was fine as well. So he's been they've both been pretty much on the money for most of these turns.
Yeah, both playing extremely well. And yeah, I'd like to. Okay, I finally got some stats for you guys. But yeah, coming in at a rating of 1963, we have Matthew Tunnicliffe from Ottawa. And I already mentioned he is a previous national champion. And Noah, who is only 15 himself, is rated at 1888. Oh, that's a nice, fun little round. Not round, but nice number. And yeah, so they're pretty close in rating. But one of them is over twice the age of the other. So I wonder how that feels. Like I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to play. Well, I guess when I play Noah, I feel that way myself. I'm sitting here at a ripe old age of 27. But yeah, when you play somebody that's so much younger than you, who is pretty much equally ranked as you, it sort of feels. I don't know. It sort of feels wrong. You know what I mean?
No,
I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what
No,
you mean. Feels alright
no,
to
you
me.
don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess when you get if you get past a certain threshold, I guess it's like, yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting
All right.
old.
I don't know. Age ain't nothing but a number, man. I wouldn't worry about it.
Aw, thanks,
Yeah.
David.
Is there a bingo here? Can anyone see anything in the chat?
For Noah. So Noah's sitting on a rack of Tupido blank, and he has his tiles aligned in a funny way.
I mean, there's definitely Plutoid, but that's not going to go anywhere.
Right. So yeah, to use all of his letters, Noah would either have to play underneath WHEEN, and starting with making maybe EYED or making NO or NU, or he would have to pretty much play an 8-letter word, and there are actually none available right now.
I wonder if
confirmed.
out bowling is good. I don't think it is, right? Just out below.
Uh-oh.
Yo,
Phony alert.
going for it.
Wow. Whoops.
Okay, guys, we got a
Oh
phony
my
here.
god.
That's a great one.
This is such a great word to phony with too.
Okay, so I think we're gonna see the
I don't know if he's gonna get away
second
with it.
challenge of the game.
Come on.
Sorry, David, I cut you off.
Oh.
All right, you're
No,
gonna
no,
be
it's
seeing
fine, man,
challenged
it's fine.
off.
There's a lot going on. Yeah, but I was just saying I don't think he's going to get away with that one.
That's so funny.
It was such a good try too, like
I mean, well, yeah, it could be a word. Why not?
yeah,
Why not?
Are you telling me
Is,
you don't play passively aggressively in a Scrabble game by making bad words towards your opponent? Come on.
There is
Yeah,
a painful decision coming up for Matthew now where he's going to have to not only play his own turn, but now he has to play his own turn with the consideration of 7 letters on his opponent's rack, which there's just a million different iterations of things that could happen here. And now it's going to become very, very, first he has to work out if there's a bingo available or where his opponent can score, or blah, 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 blah. It's going to be super annoying.
Right. So yeah, basically, what David is alluding to here is in the game of Scrabble, you don't usually know what letters are on your opponent's rack, unless something like this happens, where your opponent uses all of their letters and makes a phony word, an invalid word that is challenged off of the board. And then it's your turn, but it's not only your turn, it's your turn as well as your opponent having those
Yeah.
same letters. So you have to play your opponent's turn as well as your own to try and find the best option for yourself. So that is what Dave means by painful. And we might see Matthew spend a decent amount of time here, but he just goes ahead and plays Dune.
I'm
So there's
surprised
a
he didn't
fantastic
put it
question in the
around.
chat.
Oh,
Big
sorry,
fan
go
of
ahead.
Will says, "What if he doesn't know that Stupido is wrong and thinks that Bowlings is wrong?" So that's actually really
Ooh.
great because when you're playing Collins, you're only gonna get like a penalty of +5 or whatever, or -5. It's actually a great idea to challenge all the words that the play is making, because that way your opponent doesn't know what word is the invalid one. You know, like they could just be guessing.
Right. So because Noah played 2 words, Matthew had the option. We don't actually know what happened, but he had the option of putting both of those words in the challenge software, which would potentially fog up things for Noah, wondering if his word stupido was valid. It's so funny to say that. And the word bowlings was wrong. Because all the computer spouts back at you is the play is valid or the play is invalid. So no matter how many words you put in there, it'll say that.
Oh, I
Um,
love that word.
and Patui, which is a really nice find
I,
for
I mean,
Noah, comes
stupido
down.
is not the craziest guess I've ever seen. It seems a lot like a word. I'm almost surprised it's
Doesn't
not.
it?
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I think it sounds a lot like. I mean, it's certainly something I've said in my life. And the other thing in regards to big fan of Will's comment is, what if he doesn't know stupido is wrong and thinks that bowling is wrong? It's for on Matthew's side, stupido is one of those words that you pretty much know. You either know it's good or you know it's not. And from
I would hope
Noah's
so.
side, he if he wasn't sure of bowlings, he probably would have played Weens, which he would have been sure of. So it's not really applicable to this situation directly, although the thought is accurate.
Yeah, that's possible. Honestly, I think the bowling's play does score a little bit more. If stupido were a word, it would have scored a little bit more than the weens making weens as well. Um, but yeah, it's possible that Noah was sure of bowlings and just maybe he was
Yeah, I
sure
mean,
of stupido. But yeah, at Matthew's level, well, both of these players are at an extremely high level. But Matthew has a lot more experience, and one of the things that tends to separate, um, I guess, older players with a lot younger players is their grasp of the dictionary that they're playing with.
yeah,
And so a
that's
word
definitely
like stupido is probably a lot likelier to be known or not known. Known as a phony word
known to be
by
not valid.
Matthew. Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
yep.
Whereas Noah hasn't played for as long, and so he will make potentially a lot more of these unforced errors.
Well, yeah, it's just after playing this game for so long, it's just you would know if it's valid, basically. It's just it's like an innate feeling that you know if it's good, and Matthew will definitely know straight away that that's not a word.
Right. Actually, I'm unable to play the event that is being held right now. Well, obviously because I'm here with you guys, and that's
What,
not
you
a
can't
bad thing.
multitask like a
I'm
millennial?
having. Oh yeah, maybe I can. Maybe I can multitask. But yeah, I'm not here. I'm not here. what am I talking about? I'm not playing in the tournament, but I played in the early bird events. So I played a few games before this main event started, and there was a situation where I was playing a game against an expert opponent next to two players that are in a lower tier, a lower division, and they were saying, "Oh, well, maybe they're going to like help us get better just by like existing next to us. Like maybe they're gonna like have some sort of aura about them that allows us to play better." And I was like, "Oh yeah, maybe." And it just came up that my opponent made an opening play that I knew how much it scored immediately, not because I counted it, but because I've seen such an opening play before. And so, because I've played for so many years, I already know how much that play scores. And I use that as an example for these lower rated players. Like, look, I don't actually I'm not actually good. I've just memorized more, basically. It's all memorization
A
at a
lot of the
certain
game
point.
is definitely familiarity. I think would be the right word there. Just
And
having seen
honestly,
situations again and
yeah, and
again and again.
honestly, all of us know this. Like Nitz, for example, you've been playing Scrabble since you're very, very young. I
Oh
don't know
God, yeah.
exactly when you started, but if you could get into that, I think people would be really interested in hearing about that experience of playing at such a young age, because we have Noah over here who yeah, who's obviously the youngest player in the bracket by far.
Yeah, about 30,000 years ago, I was 10 years old. That was before
Yeah.
I learned what the internet was. And I just, like my mom was friends with this woman who led a Scrabble club. She was the president, and she was like, hey, you like English? You like words? Why don't you go play Scrabble? And then I did. But here's the thing, right? I was the only kid in my city playing tournament level Scrabble. So there was no one to teach me. And all that the president of the Scrabble Association of Delhi could tell me is go to the Internet Scrabble Club, which is great advice. But the first time I saw any kid playing Scrabble my age was 2013. And I'm lucky that they were such great people and I'm good friends with them. But it was really strange. It was like you were being, you know, set up against each other. It was like we were being pitted against each other. It was like because Northern India has a different kind of Scrabble scene than Southern India does. And it's just, there's like a lot of history to it. I was lucky though that I went to the World Youth Scrabble Championships and I was able to become really good friends with these people. So when you're a youth player, things just seem so much more different. It's not so much of a hobby as it is, oh, my parents really want me to compete and it's gonna bring me some, I don't know, like glory or something. I don't know. It's like the Roman times there. I would know.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, I mean, you played in youth events, but you also played against adults, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a big difference, right? Because Noah, in terms of accolades, I keep mentioning that Matthew Tunnicliffe is a previous national champion, but Noah is a two-time in a row national school Scrabble champion in North America. And those events are well, they were run every year before COVID, but yeah, Noah's won it twice, but he also made the plunge to play against adults, which you don't see all the youth players doing.
That's fair.
Um,
That's fair. Playing
but yeah, I
against
think it is a
adults
big
is,
difference.
I mean, it's intimidating in the beginning. Like you've never seen someone your age playing Scrabble. They have a bigger working vocabulary than they do. No, they have a bigger working vocabulary. Sorry, I can't speak. And the thing is, like, I know more words at my age now than I did then. It's just the way English works. It's the way language works. So when you're going to play against someone who is older than you, it's like, oh, they have a sort of calmness about them. They're used to playing tournaments. They have more stamina. They have more words. They know how to study. It's really It's really different, I'd say, and it's intimidating. But sometimes you become friends with the older people, and sometimes they teach you where to go. So it's really nice.
Okay, so you like it. I mean, because not all kids like it. Some
I
people
mean,
are very intimidated.
I love it. I think variety really makes Scrabble what it is. I think diversity of who you play against and how you play against people, it's everything to Scrabble. I mean, why would you stop at just the letters in the, like increasing the number of permutations? Why not just also increase the kind of people that you're playing against? The games that you play are going to be so much more different every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Oops, sorry
American
about that.
Scrabble is very different from Indian Scrabble. I can say this with all certainty right now. And I can say
How,
that the people that I've played internationally are very different players in the way
Hmm.
that they
how,
approach
how
words
are
and the way
they?
they approach like tiles and stuff. It's really different.
Okay. Can
Yeah, I
you
mean,
elaborate?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
really interesting because there are lots of differences, and David as well. You've played most of your life in the UK and Australia, but yeah, tell us how it's different.
Okay.
This while we get this board
So
fixed.
the coolest part about playing people from different places is that in the Collins dictionary, you have words that come from all sorts of languages, all sorts of parts of the world. If you look at the definition of, say, words related to Hindi, you will find so many of them. So speaking a different language as your native tongue automatically gives you sort of like an edge. You don't really have to memorize these words as much as you have to know that they just exist. Like if you're learning the word Haji, Haji, you don't need to memorize that Bhaji is a word. You just know that it's something that you eat. Bhaji is good food. It's tasty. You're gonna remember that roti is a word. You're gonna remember that Angoli is a word. These are things that are common to you. So when you're playing different players from different parts of the world, what you're going to see is there are different approaches to memorizing words. You're going to see uh, how they approach the board. Even like some American players I've seen are very, very. Well, I'd say they're very offensive players. I would really say that. And the players that I played against in India are more defensive. But
So
then
you
again, you
mean
find
offensive not by they're offending you over the
no, no,
board,
no,
but
no,
you
no.
mean
Like on
they're
the board.
playing very so they're playing very aggressively in terms of what they do on the board. They're opening a lot of
Oh
spots for both of you
yeah.
to use.
Yep.
Yes.
So, the whole staircase thing? I grew up dealing with those. Oh my gosh, staircases were everywhere. And that's a thing that you deal with like youth players because it's fun and it's easy to do and, it makes words and it gives you points. But it's also something that you will find with different nationalities or different clubs, the way that they play. Sometimes you just get stuck in your own habits. And that's why I'm really glad that I've been able to play against players from all sorts of places. Everyone and every club has different approaches, I'd say, to Scrabble.
I
Hmm.
think that's the first time I've ever heard someone describe a staircase as fun. What
I mean, when you were a
And
kid, yeah,
that's a
because
just to
it
good
was like
question.
all
clarify
these
again,
points.
guys, because we're using this terminology, I have explained what a staircase is, but for those of you that are just joining us on Twitch and haven't heard the explanation, a staircase is a term we use in Scrabble, a staircase board, for basically what you see on the bottom left there, Ptui, DOUN, and the ING and the FY. That's basically in the form of a staircase. And I keep on saying basically, guys. You're gonna have to stop me from saying basically because I'm like saying it every other sentence. Anyways, basically,
it's
no.
just it's
Yeah,
fun
it's
because you can
when
get so
it's
many
when these
points.
plays right. It's when these plays have a lot of overlaps with each other, and as a result, they're scoring a lot of points. And as we see, our director is going to fix the board. Fantastic. And this
Yes,
might
let us
take
see
a
the
minute.
board.
This might take a minute, but yeah,
Yeah, I
you're
mean,
seeing
okay.
it live. You're seeing everything fixed. But yes,
Yay.
it normally people do not like this style of play where everything is compact and you're really only playing in very few
Okay.
areas of the board.
Yes.
But yeah, as David is saying, wow, I'm really surprised that this is the first person I've ever heard, because that is a common trope in the Scrabble community of like, oh my god, another staircase board. Like I want open lines. I want this. I want that. But
Yeah, that's what I'm used
there's
to
someone
hearing.
for every board. You know, there's someone for
I
every
gotta
board.
say,
what?
I gotta say,
Without knowing, you've actually said something that might be like something that could be described as a major difference between how people
I
look at
mean,
the game.
all I'm saying is like, don't you get a rush when you get a lot of points for a very few amount of tiles? Like sometimes when you do that, it just feels like, oh my god, my eights just got tripled, and I'm getting it in all these places, and I can make a short word, and it's fancy, and yeah, it closes up the board, and yeah, you can't play bingos, but God, it feels so good sometimes. Not that it's gonna, make the game go on. Not that you're gonna be able to do a lot of fancy stuff with your bingos, but for someone who hasn't learned their sevens, a staircase board gives them a chance to show some
Score a
of
lot
their
of
word
points.
knowledge.
I like the way you're thinking.
I
Yeah,
don't know,
no,
like
it's
youth players
honestly
will do
it's
that.
innovative, and like I said, like Scrabble. I mean, I haven't said it. I'm about to say it. Scrabble feeds a very very diverse community, and there's a board for everyone. There's a style for everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone likes certain things. I think there are very few people, I would say, in North America, and I guess from what David is saying, in Australia and the UK, that like the sort of thing. Oh my god, we got two hands on deck,
Oh
guys.
my
This is
gosh.
amazing. Look at this.
It's
Look
just
at this.
defensive boards are difficult to get out of. Okay, staircase boards are a little difficult. So yeah, people don't like them. But once you know how to control the board, it's great. I mean, that's what Conrad does, he's
Who's Conrad?
actually no, Josh, I'm going to let you do the introduction there.
You keep dropping all these things. That's like, who's
Sorry,
Conrad?
sorry.
What's staircase?
No, you're going to
What
have to do
is?
the explanation there.
Okay, wait. Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, a well-known player in North America who tends to like to play on boards that don't have many options on them. That's basically it. I'm just teasing you.
I mean,
But
come on. He's awesome.
yeah.
His play is awesome. You gotta admire that. There's there's something to be said about having a diverse style that other people have to adapt to, and then they're suddenly thrown into a situation in a game that is as much about strategy as it is about word knowledge. So you're playing against someone that you don't know how to beat because they've controlled the board and you don't know how to get out, and there you go. You are absolutely stumped. It's a strategy. It is what it is.
But you're saying you're happy to remain on that board and
Oh,
just
I don't
not
care
get
either
out of
way. I
it.
like both
Why? Because
boards.
I mean, you could beat anyone. It's I don't know what you're talking about. You
No,
just
no, I
played
just I just like the boards.
your first North American tournament, right? A couple months ago. You already said
Yeah.
that, but yeah,
Look at me
you're
go.
gonna make a comeback. And
I'm
this
like
is
all
also
American
youth
now.
champion, which is why I brought this up, because we have Noah Slatkov, youth champion, playing as well. David, are you also a youth champion, or were you just really good when you were younger too?
I won, in case you didn't know, I won the inaugural World Youth thing when I was,
Inaugural. Okay.
Wow.
yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Wow.
It
That's
was
not even a
17.
flex. That's just like
That's
you're dropping it. You're dropping it.
that's
Yeah.
crazy to
Well,
me.
yeah, I mean,
Dropping the
only
mic.
because you asked. And in fact, I played Austin in the final.
Austin Shin. Okay, another player,
What?
another
It was a very
famous
long
Scrabble
time
player.
ago. I guess it was 15 years ago. Yikes.
Wow. Man, was Noah
Wow.
even born? I don't know. Was Noah alive? I
Yeah,
guess exactly
but
15
yeah,
years ago he was alive. Yes.
I've been playing I was playing when I was a kid as well, and yeah, but I don't know if I have anything further. I don't want to. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to focus on me. But yeah,
Why the
there's
heck not? You're commentating. We're waiting for the board to get fixed. Just
Yes,
talk.
give us
I mean, I'm the
Deldar.
only one here that's not a champion of anything. So I mean, I'm in awe of you guys.
well, it's never too late to be reborn a youth. Uh, but
And age is just a number, right?
yeah, exactly. No, I wouldn't focus too much on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna crash the National School Scrabble Championship
Yeah.
in May that they're about to
This
announce. I don't
game
know if they've
has
even announced it yet.
come to a screeching
I
halt
believe.
here. What's going on?
There
Yeah, so
technical difficulties.
basically technical difficulties which are
Yeah.
going to occur.
I mean,
for sure over the
it
weekend.
would have been a good time to end it because this game is kind of over. No, I think it's Noah's turn. Is that right? Or it's not his turn. He's like what 80 ahead, and he has a bingo in hand. So it's a pity he couldn't have moved on to the next one or something.
Oh, so you're saying that Noah should have said, "Hey, look, I have this word that I'm gonna play. You should resign right now.
Oh my
Go and
God.
resign,
Let's just
Matthew."
go- let's just go
Amazing.
for
That
Yeah.
would be
32% win rate. Who?
Well, everyone was laughing at the start, saying 32 is nothing and this and that. But those 5 points that were sacrificed at the start, or overlooked at the start, are coming back to hurt quite badly now. And every little point counts. And the 32% chance is not very high. And you can see Noah ran away with this game quite easily, actually, even despite playing an invalid word, which is usually absolute death. And he's been able to get away with this one with very little sweat.
Okay, so we basically have the full board back.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna work on it a bit more after the game. We're gonna let the players finish off. But yeah, okay. The game has restarted. Matthew has played Eve. And okay.
No problem finding that.
Datables.
Oh, right.
Oh, the database.
Yes.
Okay.
Which
there
does
you
that
go.
does
That's
that have a
perfect.
D on the end? I reckon it does.
Data-based? Well, that would be really based. That would be really based.
Ooh.
If that were a word.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I had to. I'm sorry.
Are you a little beef?
I guess I'm a base man. Yeah, I'm a second baseman.
Oh my God, Josh.
In my mama's basement.
I don't know what that means, but all right. Also, he had
Neither do
eatables
I.
available on the other side of the board anyway.
Oh, but he shouldn't do that.
Oh, we
right?
see it.
It honestly doesn't really matter, but it's much of a muchness.
Dave and I are so different. I'm really happy to be broadcasting this new format for everybody. But in general, I do like the game the way it's played in the other divisions, where there are no resignations.
Amazing.
But you're just so direct with it. It's like, nope, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, I think everything that happens in a Scrabble game is really cool and awesome. And
hang on, I didn't say
I'm a
anything
fan.
was not cool or awesome, but there is I would say to flesh out what I'm saying a bit more is that situations where, to me, and I feel like this is not an uncommon thought, situations where it's 50-50, like it could teeter either way, are more interesting than someone having a 3% chance of winning and winning 1 out of 30 times. I don't know. I don't find that especially entertaining. I don't think many people do.
I've heard it before. And we do see the resignation, by the way, David. You should rejoice. #resign gang, rejoice.
Wow.
There we go.
And I'm going to end the prediction in favor of Noah, who takes game 2 of their series. And it would be good to know if Matthew won the first game or if he won or if he lost the first game. But I'm going to say goodbye very briefly to these two commentators, Nitz and David. Hang tight. You can take a short little break. And I think we're going to go to an analysis board. So you can watch the stream, David, but I have my friend Matthew coming next to me. And I think we're going to be taking a look at the game.
Yes.
So just because I don't know where else to ask this, how long is the break? Are we coming back?
What's up, everybody?
Yeah, it's gonna be around 5 minutes. Look at this. We're bros
Okay.
here, but sorry. This is
Right,
really
I'll be
silly
back,
and not
I'll be back.
professional. But yes, we're gonna. Actually, we can have you guys stay. But yeah, Either way, I think this is good just to have me and Matthew. I'm gonna have you in frame here.
Let's try to move the cameras.
Yeah, maybe we'll move the camera a little bit. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey guys, I'm also in Kingston. I'm right there across the room a little bit, putting these games into Quackle. And so we are going to just take a peek at a couple of the positions in this game. What are we doing? Are we going to have Quackle up on the screen?
Yeah,
or?
I think that's what was supposed to be. I think that's what it's supposed to be. I like that we're matching blue here. Hold on.
Yeah, all right. So
I haven't completed the
prediction screen with Quackle on it. So we're gonna take a look. We're actually gonna look at the first game too between Will and Heidi. And
a couple games. So we're gonna blitz through those. Okay, awesome. Okay.
We're gonna take a quick peek.
Ooh, Battle Royale. Oh, you're doxing yourself. Very nice.
So we're gonna look at game 1 in Kingston. And first of all, we got Key Toxime, which is an absolutely sick find by Will.
Yeah. Do we see that? Yeah, Key Toxime. Yeah, so there we go.
Key Toxime is an absolutely sick find by Will. But let's talk about some of the plays that I think they're at least worthy of debate. So here we go. We got turn 5. So Will Anderson is going to play Moo, keeping DEGSU. And I think there's another good option here. He can play Goods, which accomplishes a few things. First of all, it sets up a bingo lane that's pretty hard to use. The G only takes the A, the I, and the O as hooks, which are hard to work with in that position.
And the U, yeah.
And the U. And also, it's probably going to score a little bit less than a bingo hooking Key Toximes. The bingos that hook Key Toximes are likely to score about 100. And it's also very likely after Goods that Heidi is going to make a play on this triple that's going to score something, but it's going to score less than Goods. And then the board will be almost completely shut, and Will be ahead by about 50 to 60 points, and he will basically be living on easy street.
Okay, so we have Matthew saying that Will erred by playing MOU. Anything else?
Now let's look at this turn where Heidi plays Hath. As we can see, there's a really great option with High, because Heidi's sitting on a T, and on her next turn, she can play Thigh.
Or even a high, right? That was mentioned by David.
Yep. So we got Thigh and a High, and since Heidi holds both these letters, and she's behind, these are great options for her to get back into the game, because AILT or ALT is a decent leave. She could definitely turn that into a bingo on her next turn, and then she would be right back in the swing of it. And let's see what else we got. I really like this play of Joe by Heidi because it sets up her S for shoe.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
And so that's round 1. Now let's look at a few turns from round 2.
Perfect. Awesome.
So here we go. We got Noah Slatkov versus Matthew Tunnicliffe, and
the game ended prematurely. Oh, not prematurely. It ended with a reservation.
Here, I really like Uoi as an option. Now, a lot of people, when they see the U and the O, they kind of get scared because they're bad tiles, and they are. But the thing here is Uoi scores 15, which is 15 more than the 0 that Matthew Tunnicliffe got from exchanging. And also, the O and the U are accompanied by the T. And the T is friends with the OU because out is a common prefix in the English language.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. Awesome.
So what we see is with the equity values, it's going to be 5 points ahead of exchanging down to ET, and it does a little bit of defense on the board.
Okay, and yeah, that was also something David liked. So yep,
and
that was definitely an option.
If you might notice, Matthew Tunnicliffe can use the same letters to make Diazo for 2 more points.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was a nice find. I liked Dosai, but it's one of those situations where if you look for a good play, you can always look for a better one.
Yeah, that's really crazy. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice.
And let's see what else do we have. Is there anything else?
I mean, we saw Stupido. That was hilarious.
So here, I think there's another great option in. Let's see. I like Anne. Anne gives Matthew another good lane to put a 7 down, and it's very likely after Anne that Noah's going to play over here with Glamour,
Okay.
to block the double-double, but now he has a backup option
Okay.
over here with something hooking and. So he can actually give himself 2 chances for lanes. It's very likely after a play like Dan that Noah's simply going to play through the O, R, and Glamour, and then Matthew Tunnicliffe is going to get into a situation where his bingos don't score enough to win.
I see. So after Dan, the options of coming back are not as good. So you want to be a little bit more aggressive and leave the full lane open. Okay, so we actually have to jump to the next game. But Matthew, thank you so much. I know there are different Matthews, different Joshes.
Yeah.
This is Matthew O'Connor, our analysis specialist, and we'll have him back. Thanks a lot. And the Jasons are sitting down. Oh, look at this. All right. See you, Matthew.
All right.
Thank you. All right. So commentators, if you're back, that was our little segment there. But if not, it's just me. Great. I'm going to move the camera back to where it was. And yeah, I'm glad certain people enjoy that segment, such as Lola. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So thanks to
we
Matthew.
stand in
Welcome
that.
back.
He has helped me so much with my Scrabble. I will tell you that.
Awesome. Yeah, he's a really good teacher. And if you see him in chat, 64-bit Scrabble, he might be giving you guys some 64 or so tidbits about. Sorry, that was okay. That was just okay. Anyways, we have the Jasons, guys. We have the Jasons. Moving on. Jason Keller, Jason Yubika.
What's the story with these 2 players?
Yeah, let's talk about these 2 players.
Yeah.
So Jason Keller is rated 2069. I'm pretty sure. 2068, excuse me, and has done really well in many national championships. He just hasn't played internationally very much, I think. And also, what's notable about Jason Keller is he is a multi-time Jeopardy champion representing New Jersey, as a big fan of Will puts it. But he has won big. He's one of the all-time best performers in Jeopardy. So he's not only a really, really strong elite Scrabble player, but an amazing trivia player. So that is Jason Keller. And Jason Yubika is a Canadian player. Jason Keller is from New Jersey. I'm going to use last names. I've done this before. You got to use the last name. So Yubika is a Canadian player. I think lives in the Toronto area, the metro area. And his rating is 1740. 1748. Yes. He's been in the 1800s as well. His average score, if you guys want to know that sort of thing, is 405.
Yeah.
So we can maybe run a prediction. Oh no, that wouldn't work because there might be a resignation. But I could run like sorts of predictions based on these little stats. Will you score more than your average score, or something like that? We'll think about that for the future.
Will the blank be used as an S or something like that? I don't know.
Yeah, and these players haven't really played each other much before, I think. I don't know if they've ever played each other. I'm going to check this, actually. I have a website open here that will tell me all of these things. But yeah, Jason Keller, definitely the favorite to win this series. It would be good to know how the series is going, by the way. What the score is in the series. So we know what's at stake. Sorry, go ahead, David.
Yeah, that was a super interesting opening rack. It's actually a bit of a classic that might, I guess, only get recognized by players who are familiar with simulation. And as Charo has pointed out in the chat, my go-to instinct would be to change UE. But I ran a quick sim on that, and as the very next guy says, change U is actually simming quite a bit better.
Just the U.
Yeah, it's for defensive purposes, basically. You don't want to put words on the board and give points to your opponent, essentially, to let them access doubles and double letters and blah, 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 and even a triple in this case. So,
and Key Lime Guy said it too. Yeah, okay, really cool. Yeah, so that would have been a potentially better option for Jason. Can I just interject here? I was completely wrong. These players have played each other 35 times to date. I was like, I don't know if they've ever
Whoa.
played each other. They played each other 35 times, and the record stands at 25 Keller, 10 Yubika, which is around what you
Whoa.
might expect for that sort of matchup where you have a rating discrepancy of around 300 points or so. So
Are
yeah,
they
apologies for that.
are they living in the same area as each other?
They both live on the East Coast. That's why they've seen
Right.
each other a lot. Lots of Albany tournaments.
Wow,
basically.
that's an interesting play. What? Aye. All right, that's cool. So interesting reliance on WH synergy there, which is a pretty unconventional play.
Do you like the staircase knits that IE
Yes,
makes?
thank you.
There's now two options to
So
go
many
either
chances.
way. Top right, top left. You can
It's
even
still
go to the bottom.
forks. It's
But
still
yeah,
forks.
WH, not like we would call that heavy. A heavy
That is
tile leave.
Ooh,
unusual play, and yeah,
that
quite
is a
interesting.
You think it's
heavy pull.
unusual? Okay, interesting. And I
Well,
just
it's
learned, and
very
you saw in chat, it's 1-1, by the way, in the series. So the series is not at stake just yet.
I mean, you would think that like you would play WHEY, scoring 6 more points and being a lot more defensive. And AEI is actually 2.7 in CSW. Is that 2.7 what?
So
Yeah,
okay, we're
way is
getting very, very technical here, but what right behind you is saying is that as it stands in the current heuristic for these exact letters of AEI being left over on a rack, the latest findings have been that the average value of those three letters is 2.7 points positive. That is what's being said, but it's extremely technical. Don't want to get
Is
into
that
all this
true?
jargon.
Is
But
that even
yeah, and
true?
I know, David, you're definitely gonna like question that. So yeah, there's no need to go any further there. 2.7 Canada bucks. That's
But
funny.
hang on. Well, there's so much going on here. Also, Rag is a really weird looking play as well. I guess it's kind of defended, but he could have played large in the same spot across, making like 6 more points,
Oh,
whatever.
Ryu. Yeah, it could be that he missed the play of the
Yeah, he
word
might
of
have just.
RYU. Very interesting.
I guess this
Yeah.
is fine. But yeah, IE
But we
is a
have a nice
weird one.
shape on the board, guys. Yeah, I
Yay!
think again, Niz, I think you like this sort of shape. But look,
Well,
it's
is this?
symmetrical. It's 3-5-3. Are there any words that you can see, Nits, that would play through the
It's like a mini
AYU that would
haiku,
make
you
like
know?
a but is there a possibility of making like a star shape, or is that a star or is it a
Ooh.
diamond shape? I don't know. I love these things, Nits. I don't know if this is just crazy talk, but
Look,
I like
if this
seeing
is
funny shapes on the board.
if this is the cross I die on, then this is the cross I die on. But I'm just saying it's a cool looking board. Awful to play on, but cool looking.
Yeah,
That's
so
that's their
IE,
problem.
Very symmetrical. Very symmetrical.
yeah, very symmetrical. IE, interestingly, that is a I guess what would you say is like IE is like, oh my god, I'm hurt. So that's not a noun. That does not take the S, IEs. Or does it? Wait. Am I crazy? I don't remember. AIYEE. Why can't I remember if that takes an S or not? I don't think it does. But yeah, there's no way I think of going. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think there's no way of making IEs. I can just check this. But yeah,
There's
Nits.
not.
This situation, I guess you'd be familiar with. What would you be looking to do?
Ooh. Well, I don't know, like when I look at a board like this, well, it depends on what letters I have, right? Like if I'm on Keller's side, then I'd be thinking of maximizing my score by further blocking the board because uh I'm not going to say the words. And then if I was on the other side, with my bingo friendly tiles, I would think of possibly opening it up. I don't know. There's a part of me that's still a little bit youth player, There's a part of me that still wants to just like smush the board and not let like anything go on it, which, is something I do.
Cool. Awesome. I thought I'd lost you, David.
No,
But
I'm
you're
here.
still here.
Yep,
Great, awesome.
yep.
Man, it's
Pretty
it's
interesting
hard
spot
it's
here,
hard
actually.
to pretty amazing or amusing?
Interesting.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Neither.
No,
Okay.
I wouldn't call it. It's pretty unamazing. But yeah, I wonder what Jason's gonna do here.
Which one?
Uh,
Sorry.
Geez, sorry, I actually didn't even notice. The one whose turn it was.
Right.
Weird that he
Okay,
didn't
so
keep the C there. He's must be unaware that the C goes well with AN. I'm pretty surprised he doesn't know that actually.
well, I don't know if you can be so harsh in this specific position. I think there's a lot to
Well,
be
uh,
thought about in the position.
I don't know if harsh. I don't know if harsh is was what I was going for there. I was just wondering why he would make that move.
Got
When
you.
yeah, I mean simulation will quite clearly tell you that's an you know, I guess what you'd call like basically a misunderstanding.
Got you. Yeah, and we do see actually that Jason drew 4 vowels out of his 5 tiles, and
Ooh.
he's not in a. I said Jason again, Jason Keller, on your right. And so he's not in a good position right now. I would say he's down on score. He's not really down on the clock, but he has no way to score very well in this turn, and he basically has to make a play that's going to open things up
Yeah.
for Yubika over here, who is probably going to strike with a bingo next turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you were in Yubika's position, wouldn't you just feel like amazing for what you just did to the board? Like Keller is forced to open the board. He has no other option.
Yeah, and he chooses
Well,
Auda, which isn't that dangerous, I guess. Doesn't do that much to change the board shape drastically. But I think we're
yeah.
probably going to see either a 7-letter word with elds or maybe an 8-letter word through the O on this play. Oh, cool.
I think.
Okay, so we have an update that Heidi won game 2
Oh wow.
against Will. So that series is still up for up for grabs, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay, we
just
see
I'm just running a
Southern.
quick sim on that other situation, and yeah, that's actually no one had mentioned that keeping CHAN is much better than keeping AN, which is something that just passed me by and probably passed a lot of people by because no one suggested it. But yeah, CH has a super good synergy, and that's a strange oversight actually.
Um, so CH is a very good combination. We actually saw Jason on his first play, Jason Keller, keeping the WH. That's one of the letters
Yeah,
also that goes decently with the H. The H is a heavy hitting tile. It scores 4 points, but it actually goes with certain other tiles in that range of score, like 3 points, the C, 4 points, the W. So it actually is a very versatile letter. So I guess at home, if you have an H, but you don't really have any plays and you want to exchange your letters, think about it. Yeah, think about keeping the H. It can't go that wrong, I think.
yeah, it's very dependent. Like yeah, it's kind of neither here nor there. But yeah, then I guess when you yeah, the thing is that these older I guess the school of older thinking of Scrabble is that like oh these letters are bad on their own, so they don't go with other things, but they tend to work quite well in unison with each other. So the old school of thinking is that C would not be that great, but actually it works very well with A and N, and it works very well with H. And you know the four of those together versus what was actually kept, which is AN, constitutes a 5-point mistake, which is huge. It's a full couple of percent off your win. So that kind of stuff really, really matters if you're
Wow.
playing to a very precise level.
Is that a 32% chance of winning?
That's it. Only takes 2%
David with
off.
the numbers, hitting us with the hard hitting
2%
numbers. Yeah.
goes 2% goes both ways, so it's a 4% swing, which is huge, considering all you were doing was changing letters.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised about the old school of thinking that C is not the greatest letter. I remember when I was learning Scrabble 2010 or something, we were just told C's and V's are the worst ever and just get rid of them, like you don't want to keep them. And it was a very slow learning for me to be like, oh, no, the C is kind of okay. And I have to thank Will
Yeah.
Anderson for that, because his Better Know a Letter series on YouTube is amazing. If you guys like statistics and good graphics and ASMR sort of, like commentary, go see that. It's really good.
Better know a letter. You heard it
Yeah.
here first. Or not first, but maybe second. We're close. We're close in the
Yeah,
suggestion
I
of
know how
that
to do
series.
advertisements.
But yeah, we have elite level players. We have not as elite level players, and we're a huge community, I would say, around the world that we all just want to get better at the game. And it's great that certain players like Will Anderson, who's playing in this event, have been able to curate some content for those that are getting into the game. But it seems here, I think I ran the prediction. Okay, cool. People have voted in the prediction that we're actually going to see every single bracket match tonight. I think, David, you said you were going to head off after this game.
I think I just might. I
You
think
just
I
might.
just might.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're free to do as you please.
Yeah.
If that is indeed what occurs, it'll be myself and Nitz commentating the fourth series, Sean Abassi versus who was it? Sorry,
Tunney.
Sean Abassi and Dave Koenig. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
who we will be observing next.
Oh wow, Shan is.
And Sean is winning the series currently up 2-1. So that is actually a really important match. So they've already finished their third game. So yeah, it'll be good to see what happens in that fourth match, because Dave is facing elimination. But yes, in this game, back to this game, Jason Yubika, I think, has still a very nice lead. I don't know if the score is up to date. I think, yeah, actually, I think it's much closer now, both in the low hundreds, because Batch was a very high scoring play for Jason Keller. Oh, okay. Dave Koenig is up 2-1.
Actually, you know what? I'll
hearing
stick
it.
around for Koenig. I'm keen to see him play.
Hell yeah. That's
Yeah.
a spirit.
Okay,
All right,
sorry,
all right.
we got
Go
the
on,
wrong
baby.
information. Koenig is up 2-1. Apologies for that.
That sounds a little more realistic. Yeah.
Realistic. Anybody could
Well,
be.
I mean,
I
you
think
know,
anybody
on
could be
record.
2-1. I don't know.
Yeah,
Anybody
anyone
could be
can
2-1
do
in
anything.
three games.
Okay, we've got
Yeah, like
some
Oreos.
schools of thinking. There's schools of thinking that anything can happen. There's schools of thinking that the probabilities of whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what Jason Keller's looking at. Okay, in chat, someone's mentioned the word married. That M on Jason Keller's rack goes very nicely
Nice.
above the arid play in the center of the board. So that's a very high scoring play if Keller is able to get that down, which I assume he will, because it doesn't look like anything's happening there.
Scores
Oh,
always
with
the
Southerns,
same, right?
yeah, with Southerns is also available. So yeah, we'll see which one he chooses. I guess he has the choice. But yes, that is a nice hook, the M hook on Arid. So neat is the play from Yubika. Playing through the V and the C already on the board, which is really nice to make VAC. And yeah, we're gonna see what Keller chooses, which position he likes more of Moxa's. Okay.
I think that was a hard move for Jason Yubika to figure out. It was quite difficult to score points and also keep good letters, and it was pretty hard rack to work with. I think a lot of people struggle with those kinds of racks.
Yeah.
And Mox's comes down. I think we're seeing sort of a change in tide, right? Right, Nits? Like the momentum is shifting here, I think, in this game. Oh, we see a
Honestly,
hold. We see a hold. Look at Jason. He's like, oh, like I'm not drawing my letters.
wow.
All
This
right,
is
and we're gonna
big
see a
trouble.
challenge here.
Oh, okay.
Very nice.
I mean,
so we're gonna see. I think Keller get 5 more points, right? I think we have a graphic about holding, unless I'm mistaken. But our secret producer would know best. Anyways, so this is a valid play, and it has just gotten 5 more points. So that's very nice. But it is still Jason Yubika's turn because of the challenge rule that we're playing in. 5-point challenge. Instead of what happens normally in North American tournaments in double challenge, where you lose your turn if you're wrong about a challenge. If you're wrong about somebody's word and their word is indeed a valid word, you just give them 5 more points. It's a lot less of a major impediment to the game, basically.
Zuglia asks if he missed married, and I would guess that's pretty likely, just because it scores a little more, right? And it's also more defensive.
Is it more? I guess it's more defensive for
you get the third. This is getting a bit technical here, but basically you get the third overlap. So he plays Married and Moxas, then the next player plays atop that, making something with respectively the O, the X, the A, and the S. And then the next player plays making a 3-letter word with the X, a 3-letter word to the A, and another 3-letter word to the S, going across, scoring like 50 or so points. And that can be, that's usually how these situations plays out, is like the third overlap is the guy who scores the most points to finish up with. And so in that way, it actually works out quite well for the top version of Moxos.
I don't know, man. You could just be a clairvoyant. That was just very detailed.
It seems like you're predicting future, and we can't even verify this information. I mean, yeah, it made total sense to me. What David just said, but we can't even verify what he said because it didn't happen, right?
You can't verify that the Earth is round either, but
what?
You can have a good think about it. And
things are escalating in this.
Wait, what in the heckadoodle just happened?
Fond was played, right?
Pretty interesting. He played Fond instead of Flood, not wanting to keep.
I thought he lost his turn for getting the challenge wrong.
No, so Nits, we're playing in 5-point challenge.
Oh, crap!
Because this is CSW. Yeah, actually earlier
I've been playing
in
NWO
chat someone
for so
mentioned. Yeah, in chat somebody mentioned that I think you were confused about the challenge rule, but yeah, they're playing in 5-point challenge. We have wow! Look at this, guys. We have a photo of the challenge. Who took that photo? That's so voyeuristic and awesome. We have like an almost live photo of them going up to the challenge computer. Is that like Photoshop? That's so amazing. Look at that. Okay, anyways, we see Knit come down, the singular of Knits. Very nice.
Happy to be here.
Okay, thank you. I was hoping you would say something. I was hoping you'd say something, and then I wouldn't make another pun go like completely silent after I made it.
It's okay. You're allowed.
It's a good play by Jason, actually. That's some good recognition of his sort of rack balance or whatever there.
Did he have the W? No, he just drew it, right? Yeah. Okay, but this time he keeps the H, right? You're happy to see that. Oh no,
Yeah.
the definition of knit was just displayed. I'm sorry. Knit.
Oh, no, 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 no.
It was ruined.
I will have you know that I didn't pick this nickname. My brother did, so that's on him.
Your brother? Okay, blame your brother. I'm a brother. I've been blamed. I know how it feels. Something interesting about the play of Fond is that it takes an S hook, but it also takes a U hook. Does it take an A hook in CSW? Yes, it does. Okay, so there are 3 possible ways to hook the play of Fond onto the triple, which I'm sure, I mean, neither of the player has a play there right now, but eventually we're going to see something there, right? It has to happen.
Yep.
But sometimes there are plays on boards I see that are made that pretty much guarantee, like we saw in the first game with the play of QI at the top right of the board, they guarantee a play is going to happen somewhere else. Maybe it's like right next to it. But sometimes it takes like a long time for that to happen, way longer than you would expect, right? Have you guys noticed that? Hello? Anybody?
Can't
Yeah,
say.
sorry.
Oh.
I was waiting for the others to talk. Yeah, I mean, look, it's got to do with one of the most. I mean, if we're, I'm giving a technical answer to a simple question here. It's got to do with one of the most common, I guess you could say, misunderstandings for like beginning players is hooks feel very tangible, but the chances that they happen are basically not in correspondence with how often you feel they'll happen, because when they happen it hurts like physically, and your brain like remembers that better.
I
So
love this
it can be,
explanation.
yeah, very easy for even players up to like 2000, and that's, beyond that the recognition starts to get quite good of actually how commonly they come up. But before that, many players struggle with understanding how dangerous hook situations are and how often they can come and hurt. And with the fun thing, it's likely, but it's not that likely. Like, it's not always going to hurt that bad. And yeah, in this case, there's nothing you can do about it anyway. And, it didn't even matter because the other guy didn't have it, so whatever.
Yeah, well, both guys didn't have it, and they continue not to have it, I think. But I really like this explanation. Basically, the things that happen that hurt you because someone maybe scores a lot of points, and we get hurt. That hurts us. We don't like it when our opponent scores
that's
a lot.
right. It's
but
very Sorry, go.
that's interesting. Yeah, so the things that hurt, we remember them more often. I really like the psychological deep dive into the game of Scrabble. I think it's one of the more interesting things about the game. And there's a famous quote from chess, I think from Bobby Fischer, who he said, "There's no psychology in chess, only good moves." And I tend to completely disagree with that statement, whether it's in chess, in Scrabble, in any game. I think psychology plays a huge role in our game. And speaking of psychology, Jason's just played the word white to that E in open, but he could have just played WITH with the same letters overlapping the E in the end.
Yeah, that's a really strange play.
Maybe he got tired of, the board being all blocked.
But what's interesting...
making an ING word.
Oh, he's thinking of making an ING word.
Yeah, that's what he was thinking of. He got SING and he wants to make a bingo through the I, while his opponent plays through the W to access.
Oh yeah, that's very interesting. So yeah, when players make plays that potentially we're sitting here and we're like, oh, I wouldn't do that. It's always very interesting to hear the thought process behind all plays, because they're always very deep at this level, and there's always sometimes you just miss something, but other times, Isogeny is getting challenged. Okay. And Fonz. But other times, other times there's a very good reason for making a play that we just haven't thought of. But yeah, isogeny is a word and Fawns is a word, so that's going to come back valid. And Jason Keller is going to get an extra 5 points. What we saw is a quick succession of plays. Orzo came down right for 33, and then isogeny very, very quickly. By far the highest scoring move for Jason Keller, and now he's ahead by a ton.
Yeah, it's looking ugly.
For Yubika, yes. really trying to get these. Who made these pairings? Why do we have to commentate people with the same name? Just kidding. That's how the bracket works. But yeah, we're sitting here, we're enjoying ourselves. They're at the board. They're all masked up. Someone's mentioning that Jason Keller's water bottle looks like a bottle of mustard. That's not very nice. It's definitely a water bottle.
Oh, you don't know that.
Water bottles come in all shapes and sizes, just like human
I feel
beings.
like the game has reached a critical overpoint if the discussion has moved on to the water bottles. I think it's not a good situation.
Listen,
It's a great
we're not here
situation.
to
We're
judge.
hanging out, David. What do you mean?
We're here to
having a-
commentate.
Well, I'm just saying,
We
it's
can
like,
talk
well,
about what we want. We can talk about.
Well,
what
no,
we want.
I'm not saying you can talk about. I'm saying if the focus of the situation has moved on to the mustard bottle,
Yeah,
then,
Mustard.
we've got bigger problems.
Bigger fish to fry.
But please, don't let me stop you. By all means, I'm not trying to police how much mustard we talk about. Like, it's fine.
Okay, come on. Mustard's got to be
Wait,
full of
what
protein,
if-
right? He needs the protein.
Yeah, gross. He just took a shot of the mustard. Okay, mustard's delicious, guys. I'm the guy who eats mustard.
Wait, who said mustard is delicious? Because I'm gonna fight.
Mustard is delicious.
Uh-oh.
In what world?
Uh-oh.
Oh, come on, Dijon.
I'm not gonna. I can't contain them. All right, I'm just gonna
And
say.
grain-
I thought you
grain
called me a
mustard?
degen instead of saying Dijon.
While you guys
No,
discuss mustard, I'm gonna go get some water. Okay.
Oh my god.
I didn't call you a degenerate. I said Dijon mustard is a tasty version of mustard.
Amazing.
You guys want to talk about mustard? We'll be here for hours. Honestly, I've got like 10 bottles in my mustard cupboard.
Excusez-moi. Why?
Well, because it's delicious.
I'm scared of you.
What
Okay,
game?
I'm back.
Hey, oh, there he is.
My water
Oh.
/ mustard
Pardon me,
slash.
you have
Slash
any
mustard.
Grey
I was gonna
Poupon?
say.
I've always wanted to try Grey Poupon. It doesn't exist in Australia.
Who?
Grey Poupon? It's like this American mustard that's like really popular there.
What?
Okay. Is it?
Yeah,
it's not Vegemite. It's not Vegemite.
Degenerate. No, it's not
Ugh.
Vegemite. I have that too. Really popular. What? As opposed to what?
Grape.
Wow, 2 out of 3 haven't heard of Grey Poupon.
Okay, you have a friend in chat in CL. You have a friend.
Yeah, I know,
He
man.
knows
The
what Grey
Americans know
Poupon
what I'm
is.
talking about. I spent a lot of time in America, okay? I'm very up to date on their cultural whims.
Well, tell us about why you spent a lot of
an
time
ad,
in
There's a
America,
famous ad. I'm actually surprised
or
they haven't
just
seen
talk
this
about
famous
Grey
ad in
Poupon.
America, and it depicts Grey Poupon or Poupon or whatever being a famously high quality mustard or something. Is that right, guys? Help me out.
Oh my God! Wait. Okay, we do have to talk about the game now.
Is this about mustard?
Yubika has
No,
an item
sorry.
on his rack.
Wait, guys. Yubika has a triple available here that is going to propel him
Yo.
right back into the game. We hear from chat.
This is why you don't
Um,
resign.
Liveware, but you have to
Oh,
see
hang
it.
on.
You make the blank a V. Like,
Come on.
That's got nothing to do with resigning or not.
Wait, you think he should resign if he misses it, or what?
No, I mean, I'm not saying this is why you shouldn't resign. Well, that's
This
implying
is
that
why
the
you
game
shouldn't
was already
resign.
over. But the game was not over, hence he needed not to resign up until now.
Right. No, exactly.
Yeah.
There's still some poison in the position. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
need
exactly.
to see this triple. Oh my gosh.
Uh,
If we had like a
Come
heart
on.
palpitation widget or something like
Sound in
that,
the background.
that would be sound in the background,
I don't
something.
know. The board's kind of shaking like a
This is the
heartbeat, you
time.
know.
I think what is live? What probability is liveware? So it's
Like 5,000.
5,600.
Oh my
So he'll have to have
goodness.
studied that
Probability.
far down to see it, and it's a weird word. It's a weird looking word. So I guess we'll see. And for anyone who
But
doesn't
this
know,
is
the
Oof.
5,500th most probable 8 out of all 40,000 or whatever. So
probable 8-letter word. Yeah.
yes, thanks. And that's quite far down to study. That takes a lot of time and effort to learn. So we'll see if you studied or not. And yeah, that's
No.
Oh.
Oh man, yeah, that was a really really tough one
That's
to spot. So we see
Well,
Atelier come down instead, bringing Jason Yubika within striking distance of Jason Keller here in game 3 of their series. The series is tied 1-1.
how much
Once
did he
again,
lost?
I'm here with David Eldar, who's just hitting us with these stats, these numbers. He's our numbers guy. Here,
Yeah, so, I mean, sorry to if that's not the way of
there's no
the
way
preferred way.
we're doing. No, we're doing what you want to do. We're bringing you on here, world number 2.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just predisposed to provide a technical analysis because that's the way I look at the game. And
David Eldar, our technical assistant. Or is that what you want to dub yourself?
Yeah, sure. It's a very if
Coming.
you want to play this game to its highest level, it's a very very technical. It's a numbers game at the very base of it. So that's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're over there in Melbourne. It's, I guess, afternoon time. Wait, what
Yeah,
time is it?
roughly.
Yeah, afternoon time. We have Nits coming in as well from the East Coast. We're here
from
in
the middle
Kingston,
of a winter storm.
Ontario. There's a winter storm. Yeah, it's snowing. It was snowing here too as well, but we're nice and cozy, I think, inside. And we're watching some Scrabble storms, I guess, live on the board at the inaugural Canadian Scrabble Classic 2022. How am I doing? Stop me if I'm
Yeah,
doing
you're
this
no
wrong.
longer allowed to speak. Just done. Just time out.
Okay, bye.
Oh my god.
Keller is drawing a picture. That's funny.
Is the score?
Yeah, we need to update the score for sure.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, there it is. Immediately. Look at that. 309 and 347.
To what team 9? Oh yeah, 309. There we go.
And
Yes,
I think what Jason is doing is he's tile tracking. And we spoke about tracking before, but
He's drawing mustard. Sorry.
People are saying, they're wondering what he's doing, but what he's actually doing is tile tracking and just making sure he is aware of what letters are likely to come. But I think he is going to go with his play that he's aligned on his rack of outlaw to that W in white. Man, chat is just it's popping off. I love it.
He needs another hit of that.
Oh my god!
Another hit of
There's
that.
a close up.
Another hit of that brown yellow goodness.
Here we go. We have another picture, another incognito picture taken. I don't know how incognito it is. I'm not in the room with them, but we have a nice little picture of. See, it says Brita. I mean, Brita isn't filtering your mustard seeds, for God's sake.
I mean,
oh my god.
Oh my god. Who's doing this?
Man, whose streams is this, right? That's what we say as kids these days.
Kids?
Again,
I'm sorry.
every time I make a pun, I don't know if I like you guys. I mean, I love you guys, but like, I'm just not
Wow,
getting any.
that escalated
welcome.
slowly. What?
Sorry, I'll continue to take it slow for you, Dave.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, Jor, nice play by Jason Yubika, scoring 30 points, keeping CIMS left over, and he is going for a 7-letter word. He wants to play
Wow, look at all those
with
mustard words.
ateliers. Mustard words? Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
in the chat.
Yubika's goal is to play with opens or ateliers, and he doesn't seem to have drawn anything. But yes, we have all the mustard related words in Twitch chat. Thank you, Dan Trapdoor, for that.
Nice.
Yeah, and we do know that there are mustard greens, right? There's mustard seeds, mustard greens, mustard paste. Is that it? I don't know. There's lots of.
Oh, man, you're never going
there's-
to see that bottle ever again once he rewatches this stream.
I think he's proud of. Actually, a very fun fact about Jason Keller that I share. Our favorite color is orange. However, myself, I do not wear orange. I don't really have anything that's orange that I put on myself. I guess that's the same thing as wearing. But it is still my favorite color. Jason, he likes to sport those orange shirts, those orange bottles, orange everything. So if you really wanted to know, instead of just teasing Jason for his water bottle choice,
Whoa,
he loves
teasing,
orange and
teasing.
he owns it. He owns it. He loves it. You'll never. Here we go. you'll never
As you
tell
should.
him
Wait,
that
so
orange
hang on.
is
Are you telling me that water bottle is orange and not mustard yellow?
That's not mustard yellow. Come
His
on.
score
Oh my
sheet is
God.
mustard yellow. Look, his score sheet
Wow,
that you
this
can see is
is
mustard
getting
yellow.
juppery.
No, that's called neon yellow.
Okay, well,
What?
who
Really?
brought up this mustard thing to begin with then?
What kind of like
Oh my
rods
God,
do you guys have in your
all
eyes? Like, come
sorts.
on, we gotta work on this.
What's that, David?
Yeah, Australian mustard is a very different color.
Oh, really? Wait, is that
Yeah.
actually true?
I mean, it could be, and you would never know.
I mean, okay, look, there are different colors of mustard. Like Dijon mustard is a lot. I can't believe we're still talking about this.
Tastier.
It's a lot like the color. if we could bring up a live picture of myself, it's more like the color that's behind me. Than anything
Can
else.
you describe a color?
No, you can see it. Come on, you guys can see it. Look at it. This is kind of the color of Dijon mustard. It's a little bit
I don't know,
more.
man.
It's a little
I
no
don't know.
Dijon mustard. I guess it's a little bit more saturated, but it's definitely not this color. This is ketchup. I got my ketchup right here. I got my my water right here.
Well,
And I don't know what
good.
I'm saying anymore.
Yeah, it's getting derivative. I'm not going to argue with that, but I am going to say it. But I guess there's still a game going here. What's going on in this game?
They're both
you played Perk.
extremely low on time. Jason just played Perk.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Tune in for the blitz section. All right, cool. How many bags are left in the tile?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it would be good to know. It would be good to know if my analyst here could tell me how many tiles are left unseen from Jason Yubika's perspective.
I think 6.
I think. Wait, did he? Oh, is that it? Oh, that could be
what?
it.
Oh,
that's
Are we
it.
at the end game?
Oh my
completely-
God!
We're at the
Well,
end game.
Back to the mustard, guys.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay, the game's over. Or I mean, almost over. This is the
Time
end game.
for,
Okay, thank you, Graphic.
Hit that resign button.
We're pro Scrabble players over here. I think we can. Well, actually, it's within 30, so Jason could still like mess up. Jason Keller could still
No.
make a mistake and
No.
lose his turn. Maybe it's possible. It's possible. They're gonna play it out, and they
All right.
have that right. They have that right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you're
Deldar.
right.
So
All right.
music comes
Come on.
down.
I wonder if it's
Jason's.
Livid.
Yeah, I think Jason's gonna play. Oh, livid. Yeah, that's it. Okay, never mind. I didn't even see that word. The game's over. Okay, you're right. You're right, David. The game's over.
This
Okay,
time.
see. Yeah. So game 3 goes to Jason Keller over Jason Yubika. And we're going to switch over to not analysis this game, but we're going to go to game 4 of the series between Sean Abassi and David Koenig. So now we're gonna have 2 Davids, and yeah, we're gonna have to specify again. I don't think there's ever gonna be two Nitzes. I think that's the best
Seems-
part.
Special.
Unlikely.
Yeah, we wouldn't want those parasitic eggs anyway, you know.
Oh my god. Just one knit for everyone. There's enough of me to go around.
Anywho, oh, we see Quixotic N in the chat.
What can you
Ooh.
tell us
Quixotic N
about-
is playing in this. Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, what? What can you tell us about the next? I know David Koenig because he plays internationally a lot. He's a pretty good player. He's like 1900 2K is what I can tell the audience about Koenig, but I don't really know anything about his opponent.
Yeah, so his opponent Sean Abassi is an expert player from Mississauga, Ontario, so the Toronto area. Again, a lot of the players in North America, specifically the East Coast, are in the Toronto area. There's a huge amount of Scrabble being played in those parts in the metropolitan area. Sean does a lot of handling of events and running clubs and running tournaments. So he's sometimes he plays, but for the most part, he's really a hands-on guy, really helping out the community around him. So he does tend to play sometimes in said events. If I guess there's an odd amount of players, he'll step into play. But he's rated around 1700 right now. He's rated 1730.
All right.
And he just made it into the bracket. And I don't know. Oh yeah, we do know the score 1-2 in David Koenig's favor. And so he's facing elimination in this game. The first game that we're going to see where a player is facing elimination.
Right.
And yeah, I have some more stats about.
Hit us.
Stats about Sean. He is the only player. This is a fun stat, guys. He is the only player in this bracket that ever opens the game vertically.
Oh,
he's the only person. Everybody else will always make their first play horizontally on the board this way, whereas sometimes around 7/8 of the time, based on the games that we have, Sean will open the game this way vertically, which I think is the superior way to open. There's absolutely no difference between opening vertically and horizontally. It's a choice that people make subconsciously or consciously, and we'll see if Sean is first. We'll see what happens, and we see the players there. Sean on the right, David on the left, and we'll see if Sean is first and if he opens vertically. But that's just a fun little stat for you guys. That's the most fun stat, and maybe I'll hit you with some more later on. But they're about to start.
Obscure knowledge.
Apparently,
Matthew plays downwards as well, according to Key Lime Guy.
Okay, there's still a dispute. We really need to figure this out. There's still a debate whether Dave is in the lead or if Sean is in the lead. And I
Could
think
be
we
high-
should
could be
be
high.
able to. I'm just in the other room. I can run out and check. I think we can figure it out. I think we can figure out who's ahead and who's behind. So please, if
Tough one.
anybody who's in the room knows who is in the lead in the series, that would be great. Otherwise, I literally will get up and check.
Where's all the mustard at? That's what I want to know. What are these guys going to drink during in between their turns?
Well, yeah, we have a big fan of Will who's really checking the standings, but there is a truth here. There is a truth here that we can actually get to the bottom of, which is very nice. And I think it's getting confirmed right now, if I'm not mistaken, or if I'm not overly hopeful. But I think I'll figure out at some point. Confirmed 2-1 for Sean.
Whoa!
Here we go. Okay,
You're
very
the
nice.
upset.
Josh Greenway
Alright.
99. Photo
Hey,
taking
you know,
man.
this will make things pretty interesting. I mean, that's an upset score, obviously, because I think you said Shan's rated like a couple of hundred below Koenig or something.
Yeah, Koenig is rated
Yeah, so, I mean,
2075 actually.
Okay, so that's Koenig is 2075. Did I hear
Let me
that correctly?
solve the prediction. Yes, 2075. He's just come off of a win
That's a
in
very high
New
rating, and yeah,
Orleans. A
Koenig.
very actually the game that was the tournament that was most recently streamed on this Scrabble channel. Thank you to all that are here, by the way. Please give the channel a follow if you want more stuff like this in the future. But David Koenig just came back from a win in January in New Orleans, a very tough field. And so yeah, his rating is definitely on an upswing at the moment. And
Yeah, right.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, I mean, 2075 is firmly in the elite category. So let's look forward to seeing some good play from him.
Cool. Okay. Yes, and the game started, and unfortunately, Sean did not go first. So we see a horizontal opening. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. I'm not mad. Nitz, do you open which way do you make your opening play? Horizontally, vertically? Nitz, hello? Is Nitz gone?
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize. Oh, my bad. Okay, I have a question though. Is there a psychological advantage to opening vertically?
Maybe. Yeah, actually, there could be. It's lots of people get like ticked off by it or like thrown off by it because it's so uncommon. It's kind of like being a lefty, left-handed. It's around that unlikely. So certain people, yeah, do actually get thrown off by it, but most people probably don't. It actually makes a lot of your play finding easier. If you have a vertical play on the board and you have your letters horizontally on your rack, you can then find words through those letters much easily. I would say.
Huh.
Sorry, I'm trying to type this prediction here. I'm really bad at multitasking.
I believe in you.
Who will win?
Everyone is. That was an interesting
Justin
choice by
says I
Shan
open on
there
the Z-axis.
to play logs down there as opposed to playing under JO, which would be a more defensive choice, and let him just use the S next time, which would make more sense intuitively to me. It's actually seeming about the same, but yeah, Vlog does come out a little bit better, and he would have had a chance to get a big double-double, which is something you want to aim for, using both double word squares and Juku scoring probably 100 points. Especially when you're the lower-rated player, you want to try and aim for these huge scoring plays. And yeah, I think that's a bit of an opportunity missed there.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably make a case for Vlog or even Vog.
Yes,
Underneath
that's fine as well. And yeah, the sim support.
But yeah, this is definitely a case where I think the plays are very, very similar. And yeah, Sean elects to take the points. The score is definitely wrong, though. There it is, 34-30.
Is Koenig
and
particularly speedy? Yes. I'll quickly answer that.
Yes. Okay. There you go. Yeah. Sean definitely is a faster player, and so we might see a faster game. We could also see a faster game if someone resigns. So lots of
Yeah.
options.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Koenig
So
is one guy
5 is the
who.
play. Okay. Again, guys, I mentioned this earlier. There was a prize for highest scoring number word, and 5 has scored 20. This is so confusing.
Ooh.
So I don't know. I don't know if that's still a thing. But I hope someone can remember to tell David Koenig that he might be in line for a fun little prize. Okay, so we see Fox. That's a great play by Sean. I think nothing wrong with that. And David is stricken by some vowels, unless there's some nice
Oh,
way to get rid of them. I don't think so, but we're probably going to see something like Urania and Fiverr come down, or Uraei.
yeah.
Just something making Fiverr, I think, makes a lot of sense here.
I just get rid of the
Well,
AU.
hang on. Why wouldn't you just play AUF if you're?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Okay, that's what's
yeah.
happening. Y'all are right. Nitz is right. Just AUF. There you go. 18 points. Keeps AEINR. Very, very likely to draw. If he draws one consonant, he's very likely to use all of his tiles next turn.
Yeah, you play that pretty quickly. I think now it's on Shan to just try and get a bingo out as quickly as possible, and he just has been struggling with that blank for 2 turns now. And usually you want to bingo with a blank basically as soon as you get it. So this
Mhm.
is not been going the way he would like it to.
Yeah, true. I think. Oh, he's thinking of just dropping Bop. Okay, those are the best 5 tiles he could keep on his rack. He's only scoring 13 points, but basically this play is a fish, right? I think we have
Yep.
an explanation for this sort of play, fishing. If I'm not mistaken, but this is
Yeah, I mean, it looks
a
good.
theme you'll see very often. Do the players in India like to make fishing plays? Nits?
Ooh. Very generic. I don't know. I mean, yes, in the lower rated games, yes, because you could just get away with doing that for a few turns. I found that in higher rated games, you'll have a lesser number of turns, about like 12 to 15, if that makes sense. And if you're fishing, you just keep going and going and going, and the tiles never run out. I don't know if
Pretty
that makes
good
sense.
spot.
I think it also depends on the player too. Okay, so we have
Yeah.
a play of Curarine there. I'm gonna define that in chat. And as you see, that is an alkaloid derivative curare, which means it's a noun, which means it takes an S.
Oh.
And
There was
Sean, if he knows that, he's going to be able to score huge. And the problem with Curine is not that it's anything. There's nothing wrong with that play except for the fact that there is a better play of jerry can from the J, and looking for a word that uses all of your letters starting with the J, like that's very unlikely to ever happen. So that's
That's
a miss
nuts.
that I wouldn't blame anyone for having there. But it
tough
looks
find.
like, yeah, really tough find, and it looks like Sean's going to be able to take advantage here.
That said, Koenig is rated 2075. This bingo is 14,500. It's most probable. I'm almost certain he knows the word, and
Yeah,
I actually
definitely knows
think
it.
it's a bit of a lazy oversight, Frank. I mean, if we're being super harsh or super nitpicky, then yeah, I think Dave's capable of more.
Oh
But yeah,
wow,
he's
and
getting lucky here.
Yo, what?
oh wow. Okay, so Sean doesn't elect to play Curarines, potentially because he's unsure of its
Well,
validity, which might
he's
come into
definitely not
play.
sure of its validity.
I don't know.
What?
You have to calculate it, right? You have to count. You'd have to count how much Wen scores.
Well,
Um,
he also had, he also had bingos there, didn't he?
oh,
Oh no, he
did he?
didn't. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, but
no.
I mean,
He
yeah,
only had
even then, when
Wen's.
more than the bingo anyway. It's an absolute
So
no-brainer.
Wen's was actually Curarines, and you see the value, the power of the triple word score, the biggest bonus square in our game. 72 points for using it both ways and only playing off 5 tiles. That is completely
That's nuts.
destroying destroying the value of the 50-point bonus that Sean just got for I presume windiest or windiest, because both players score the same amount of points, but one of them got an extra 50. So Lioness comes down.
Yeah, Koenig is so lucky to get away with that.
How do you mean? Curarine, you mean?
You know, well, that Shan didn't know that Curarines is good. And I'm almost certain that Shan did not know, because he should be aware at his level of play. He should be eminently aware that playing a word for the same amount of points and keeping a blank is approximately 30 better than not keeping a blank, which is what the simulation bears out. So I think Dave's just very lucky that he just hasn't studied that, or he wasn't sure of it.
I see. And emulator just getting blocked. Nowhere for the word alum root through an O. I think those are the only available or possible bingos, maybe. Or maybe there's more than just that. But Sean's going to have to take a little bit of a hit here, I think. And it's going to be very interesting to see. I think if Koenig plays with Curarines, if that's going to get challenged, which I assume it will, but we'll see, because Dave has drawn the S and has a few plays that he's probably going to want to make there.
Yeah, Chad coming in with the copy pasta. Thank you.
I like
it. Rampantly misquoted here.
I very much like. I love the rivalry between Austin and Diller. I learned today though that it began with you winning the youth inaugural youth championship against Austin, and that is definitely a sort of event that creates a humongous rivalry.
Ever since that day, it's never.
He doesn't want to talk about it.
I also don't want to talk about it.
Very nice. And we see Arlong in chat. We see a few people in chat that are actually at the event. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And everybody who's not at the event, thanks for tuning in, of course. You're all equal in my mind. But it's really cool. I think that might mean that they finished their games and they're waiting around for their next opponents. And they're popping into chat. So hello to Arlong, 573, playing his first over-the-board tournament, thanks to the help that he got from yours truly here, Nitz. You want to talk about your friend Aaron?
Honestly, I'm the one who got lucky. Arlong decided to start a Scrabble club in upstate New York, and I hadn't played in so long. I was so sure I wouldn't be able to play over the board again. I live in a sort of an isolated area. I'm an international kid, so I don't have a car, stuff like that. But Aaron has been absolutely fantastic, starting this club, making sure people get there, making sure everyone knows when it's going to happen, checking in. Such a great guy. So this is actually his first tournament. He's been playing in clubs in Long Island and upstate New York before, but this is his first actual rated tournament. So honestly, I have really liked the time that we've spent just grilling and just making sure that he's ready for all the tournament etiquette and everything. And he's forced me to play NWL, so that has been rough, but it's been fun otherwise. I mean, Matt came and he helped both of us learn, how to be better players. Honestly, the sense of community here is great. Gotta love it.
NWL gang rise up. Okay, so we need a score update here, I think. But yeah, sorry, Aaron playing his first. I didn't know that he's been playing in clubs for such a long time. I thought that he was like very unripe fruit already, but it seems like he has had a lot of experience, which explains why in the games that I've played against him and in the fun that we've had on Twitch, on my stream and on other streams, that he's such a strong strong, fierce player already. So,
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, not to take
he
away from
is very
anything, but
capable. Yeah.
yeah,
And he's a very quick study. He learns words like that.
nice.
So,
And yes, we
yeah,
do
so
see.
watch
Okay,
out.
we do see Curarines. Yeah, do watch out, and we're gonna be following Aaron in the standings, I'm sure, as well, throughout the weekend. All the people playing their first tournaments, welcome. And yeah, we see SR, and we don't see a challenge.
Wait, what?
Huh.
Which is what I was telling you.
I'm standing by
Deldar.
my original claim. I'm pretty sure Shan was not sure of the word, and that's why he didn't play it. And you should ask him about that after the game. If he didn't, that would be utterly bizarre.
Huh.
And I think he just figured that Koenig is 100% sure, so he decided to leave it. I'm actually fairly sure that's what happened.
Okay. Yeah. I guess we never really know until we ask, and we will have people interviewing players at some point this weekend. I don't know if that's set up just yet, but yeah, that would be something. That would definitely be something. Something
Yeah,
to think about.
it may just be possible that he didn't see it as well, I suppose. I guess that's a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Anyway,
We're seeing
now it's
Radiator, and we might see 2 bingos in a row here. The play of Radiator, a very nice play to the R of Curine, making JO. And Sean is going to be able to come back if he sees barriers through the R. You could still play Brazier. Where could he play?
wow. Nice find of Brazier by 64-bit
Oh
Scrabble.
yeah. Oh, Brazier. Yeah, Brazier still plays with Fiver and Bops, but what's the score difference?
You know, that's an interesting one because that happened twice. Oh wait, no, who played it? Actually, it happened twice on both sides. And at the start of the game, someone commented that both of these players are very fast, and you're seeing why you shouldn't actually play that fast. Because both of them, if they just looked for an extra minute, would have both times seemed superior bingos.
Huh.
Yeah, that's true, and that's maybe one of the challenges of adapting to a faster time format than we're used to in North America of 25 minutes aside. This tournament's being played 22 minutes aside, and that could create some sort of pressure to make
Yeah,
faster plays
yeah.
than you're used to making. And sometimes you're just gonna miss stuff because you're like, okay, well, I see this. I don't think there's anything better. I should just go with it. It's a great play.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right. But there still is, 3 minutes is it's significant, but it's not the end of the world, and there is still plenty of time to play a full game and not really miss much. But yeah, these guys are way outpacing the game. I mean, you can see they've spent like 8, 9, 10 minutes apiece, and the game is way more than half over.
Yep, absolutely. So barriers was found by Sean, very nice. Brazier was also available with Fiver and Bops, scored a little bit more, but barriers covered the triple, a very big triple, if I may say so myself. It's not technically bigger than any other triple, but seemed particularly dangerous and probably a good thing
Yeah.
to cover
Anyway,
it.
with this with this track, there's wait, is the score accurate? Are they only 10 apart?
Is the score
I
accurate?
think
I think it
so.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
right.
It
so.
would be good to know if the score is accurate.
Actually, I'm just running it
Yes,
on
it is.
calculator
It
in
is.
the
It
background
is
myself,
indeed.
so
Yeah.
I'll tell you
So it's
shortly.
a close game. So
Yeah, it's
David's still
actually quite
facing
close.
elimination. David's still
But
Ooh.
facing
I mean,
elimination if he loses this game. Yeah.
Koenig, Koenig is firmly in the driver's seat here, especially now that we know their racks. I mean, he has, a 40, 50 point play in his hand, and
Mhm.
Shan just has one of the worst racks possible. So it's still
Mm.
going to be pretty hard for Koenig to lose this. And I think it'll go to a deciding game.
Yeah, maybe. Um, I think Sean has the play lined up he wants to make, and very quickly, plays Pier, overlapping the letters in windiest or windiest, making PIINED. That's a nice high scoring play, getting rid of 2 vowels, one
Worth noting,
consonant.
he could have stuck it to you on the end of that.
a T?
Yep, Pierre.
Pierre, okay.
Yeah.
And we see a score being verified.
Oof.
Yeah, an interesting
Rip.
thing that's very different in over-the-board Scrabble compared to online is you have to do your own scoring. Lots of mistakes can happen. So at higher levels, players tend to check each other's scores, and that was what we saw there. When plays are overlapped, they're even harder to score than just regular plays that make one word. And yeah, sometimes a scoring mistake can actually mean the game. It's often happened where I've had the wrong score and it's changed my decision making, or I've had the wrong score all game, and after the game was over, we recounted the entire game, which does tend to happen sometimes when the score is close, and it has happened to some people where that game has been the result of that game has been changed by the recount. So it is another extra added thing that you have to do over the board, and it's not everybody's cup of tea, to be perfectly honest, but I love it. What do you guys think about scoring, counting?
Oh, yep. Love counting
Oof.
numbers. Most I've ever had.
I gotta say I suck at math, so I'm still working on it. Still working on it. I don't know who let me play Scrabble, but whoever it was did not take into account that I can't do math.
But yeah, that's a great thing. I think that the online tools or the computer tools for Scrabble are getting more available, and they're getting better and better as time goes by. And those who prefer to play online are really getting their necessary Scrabble games in to keep having fun. And yeah, sometimes it's all it takes. You have all the options, and you choose the one that suits you best, and that's what we see here. David choosing cat for 20
This is
30
interesting
points.
because he's accidentally, unbeknownst to David Koenig, he's actually given Shan a way to play his letters. So now he can play TIE, BAE, and QI, making 20 points or whatever, when previously he was going to have to change. And so, this brings him,
Oh,
it lets him at least play another turn instead of resigning. I'm just going to quickly run his win percentage here because it's not good. Yeah, it's 1.5%. So you can resign at this point if you feel like it. But actually, yeah, you can change, you can play whatever, or you
Whoa!
doesn't really matter. But
Look
yeah,
at
that
that
was it.
draw!
Oh wow, there you
Look
go.
at that draw! Irradiate through the A at the
amazing.
very least. There may
It's
be
1.5% to be technical, but yeah, he's basically dead in the water.
But
Well,
look
you've
at
got to
this.
be
If
technical.
it's
Come on.
not blocked, you have he has
So
a bingo at least.
yeah,
He is down
that's
by
just not
70
how,
points. Sorry,
it's
I'm
just
talking
not how
over you,
numbers
but
work, unfortunately.
yeah, it might not be enough.
Yeah.
However, yeah, we'll see what happens. I think you still have to fight in this position.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well take your 1%. Why not?
But yeah, hey for 37. David's going to. Oh, my voice crack! First voice crack of the stream, y'all. We did it. David's going to take a 100-point lead, and Sean might bingo, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, he might just elect to resign after the bingo. Anyways, sorry. Yeah, I got a bit excited there. Went back like 10 years or more to
Yeah.
the voice changing. You know how it is, David.
Yeah. But anyway, good. I don't know if this was cognizant of Koenig or if he just happened to play it, but he could have played HAH and SH. But keeping an E here is actually not so good when typically it would be. But there's a wealth of E's left, and maybe Koenig is onto that and has recognized that and has made a good decision to play off another letter and score a few more points. And his play is actually simming just about top, so that's a good choice.
So HAH, the other option, through the first A of Radiator, making SH and EH. Yeah, that was the other option for Dave,
Yeah.
but yeah, HEY, also very high scoring play. I think what it also does is it allows Dave to cover a better scoring spot, and potentially a disaster scenario would be if an 8-letter word using that D of Radiator were to come down. I guess either play would have blocked that, but that's probably the thing that Dave Koenig was most worried about.
Someone has correctly commented in the chat, I'm guessing, Zuglia, that Dave doesn't know or see radiatory, which is likely true, and HEND in the same spot did sim a little better, hanging on to the Y, because in this position, whereas the Y is usually worth X amount of points, the Y, just playing the Y solely, is worth 30 points alone. So having a Y on your rack instantaneously gives a lot of equity to whatever you're doing. So yeah, HEND or maybe even HEH. Well,
Yo,
the thing
what?
about keeping a H is you also have 30 in the other spot, so it's not that important. I think Dave played too quickly to calculate all of this, and he probably just made a bit of a field play.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, both players, again, playing very fast. Sean still has around half of his time left. Dave is going down to a third relatively soon, but that's a lot of time.
Yeah.
So I think both players adapting well, or maybe too well, to the 22-minute clock scenario.
Dave plays this speed on 25-minute clocks anyway, but he can just play Vinted now, and the game's completely over. But yeah, there's almost, well, this is resigned territory basically. But there's lots there now at this point. To lose, he'd have to play like 2 false words in a row or something. And it's kind of odd that Shan didn't choose to play Irradiate for 55 more points or whatever. I wonder why he didn't do that.
I think he's probably trying to get as high scoring of a word as possible next turn.
Yeah,
to maybe
sure,
steal this one away. But yeah, this is definitely not winnable unless David makes 1 or 2, maybe even it has to be 2 grave mistakes. But what play were you suggesting, Dave?
Sorry, Vinted. I think it's got something to do with wine, maybe.
Okay, Vinted and GIED on the top right of the board vertically. Okay, yeah, that's a seal the deal type play for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting tidbit. Sean hosted a tournament which used a reduced time, and yes, using reduced time, it is kind of new. It almost never happens, but this might be he might be the forefather of this sort of format that uses fewer than 25 minutes in North America. Based on how fast he plays, I'm sure he wants to play faster games for sure. I know I've played him in events he's hosted where he's just making plays really fast because he just wants to get back to work. And yeah, it's it's really cool to get that little bit of information from Zuglia. So thank you for that. This is one of the first events at this reduced time. Go ahead.
Yeah, while we're on tidbits, so how are we saying SHAN? As a Canadian, I'm guessing you know how to say his name correctly.
What's that? Koenig?
How do you say, is it Shan or Sean?
Oh, Sean.
Okay, cool. Or
Sean,
like Sean, like
it's just Sean.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Right, my apologies for butchering that.
We can get technical too. We can get technical, and we can get mustardy if you'd like as well. I don't know if you're into that type of thing.
All right, yeah, I've been butchering that. Apologies.
Yeah, it could be Sean or Sean. Like, not you don't want to put too much in there. I don't think.
All right.
Well, I guess it would depend on how he pronounces it too, because you can change pronunciations of your name depending on what country you're in.
You go to the owner of the name for how they pronounce it. I know how to pronounce the other guy's name at least.
We do see Shell Easy's comments in chat. We are reading those, don't you worry. But yes, thank you, Shell Easy. All right, I'm doing that on purpose just to bother her. That's not how you pronounce it. You didn't catch on. Okay, great. Fantastic.
What?
Jesus Christ. What am I going to do with you guys?
What's going on with this game?
Sorry?
I know it's
I'm
like
sorry.
Khaleesi. Okay.
I'm feeling, and that's I've said this before, but like the topic of the conversation has shifted because we're in resigned territory.
Oh my god. Resign gang. If we can have hashtag resign gang in chat. If
Yeah,
people would like to see your resignation, they can always say
I don't know. Maybe Sean, excuse me, really wants to play Malteds, which he probably will next turn.
yeah, well it is Dave's turn.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
But yeah, I
right.
think we will see Malteds. But again, given that this is the first, hopefully, of many in this style of tournament, we're definitely not going to be getting. Oh, he's just going to play emulated. Okay, cool. After emulator was blocked earlier, that's a little bit of like, at least I played an emulate word still. Maybe or not. Maybe I'm the only one thinking about that sort of thing. But yeah, I think as people get more used to this sort of format, we might see more resignation.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's
Yeah, the
definitely
fact that
true
they
though.
are allowed, I think should be good enough. You know.
No. It sounded like I was being critical, I think, but I wasn't. Just to be clear.
Oh man. Yeah. No.
Also,
You're good. You're
Michael
good.
is saying that he has 0.4 win percentage anyway. So
Which
there you
is
go.
totally made up. But yes.
Yeah, I don't know where they get that number from, but maybe.
All right, we see the end game in chat. N9 Nog is the best end game. So if Sean's gonna play it out, I think Sean has not resigned. So Nog at N9, which would make that is a weird. Oh, that makes GIEN. No. Oh wow, that's a very hard play to spot. NOG, making UN from the U and emulated LO and AG.
So
Yeah,
what's the purpose of that?
the purpose of that is to block, I think, Gene, GENE,
Okay, right. And then
and
what?
then save out plays, I believe. But yeah, that's
Right.
a very tough end game, I would say.
Um,
Spread is
um,
not a factor at all, shall you see. But yeah, there's no spread differential, point differential, which is a normal tiebreaker that we use in over the board Scrabble, which is basically the total of points between you and your opponents over the entire tournament, is not being used in this format. And it's basically just wins. And if there is a tie in the bracket, if there is a tie, then we will go into basically an Armageddon style 5-minute speed match, which I think someone like Sean and someone like David, given that they play very fast, would potentially excel at. But I hope we see it. I'm not going to make any
that would be
promises.
a lot of fun, but it is so incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a pity, but yeah, there will be inexplicably a lot of focus on that. I don't know, for whatever reason, it's very easy to focus on incredibly unlikely outcomes.
So big news, everybody! In the other matches, Matthew Tunnecliffe has ousted our friend Noah Slatkov by winning his last game by 1 point. Which again, it doesn't matter. He could have won by 1 or a million, but that's still pretty rough.
That's really cool.
That was a very, very
Ouch.
close game, and yeah, he's going to. I think he's the first person that we have confirmed into the semifinal bracket, as we see Nog come down to end the game.
Mm.
Very cool. Okay, so we're gonna have We're gonna have some analysis, and look, we see the score. We see the combined score slip. Look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at that quality. I guess the penmanship is kind of not the best, but you see that a lot. You see
Well,
that a lot
call out.
with the no. As long as the numbers are visible and everything is proper, why would you spend so much time like because the winner writes the score slip. So if the winner is just like sitting there, just like trying to be as nice as possible with the penmanship, that's sort of like putting salt in the wound, right? So just as long as it's visible, right? As long as the score slip is
Wow,
visible, that's
that's
my theory.
a new level of etiquette.
Do you do
I
that?
don't know,
I
man.
mean, we've never played
Wait,
over the board.
what,
If you
hang
do
on,
that to me,
what is
yeah, I'm
the
gonna tell you about
what
it.
am I? Hang on, what is the doing in this scenario exactly?
Well,
If I see
maybe
you
he's like
like,
trying his calligraphy. Why would
if
you
I see
why
you,
would you
yeah,
hate on his
if I see
hobby
you
like this?
practicing calligraphy on the score sheet when I just want to go to the next game or get the heck out of the scenario where you blew
Okay,
me out
so
of the
hang on,
water,
hang on, hang on.
I'm gonna
I
have a
mean, not
problem.
that I'm,
I don't
you
know.
know.
Josh, you seem very inconsiderate of, elders' hobbies and likes and dislikes. Come on. Come on.
So hang on, what's the offense here? Is it taking too long to write the scores and etc. down?
I think it's definitely like the offensive part is putting it on Instagram with a filter, like with the freckles. Like that's the worst part.
Or displaying it on a live stream, right? It's like, hey, look, I just
Yes.
eliminated Joshua Sokol, and this is my score slip. Here you go.
Hey,
Oh my
wow.
god.
I mean, there's levels in American Scrabble
But
that
no,
we're not.
I'm totally kidding, and I think it's great to have nice penmanship. Actually,
I mean, oh,
at the
oh, yeah,
previous
go, go, go.
thing that preceded this tournament, there was a tournament in Kingston every year at around the same time. It's been since rebranded to the Canadian Scrabble Classic. This is the inaugural event named as such, as we see Matthew sitting next to me. But in previous events, in the first event, there was a penmanship award for best score sheet.
Wow,
And yes, the people doing data entry that enter the results really appreciate it when things
there
look
you
good.
go. All right.
Okay,
So in
so I'm gonna
2017,
switch
I was like,
over. Oh, go ahead, Nitz. Sorry.
in 2017, I was helping with the International Gale tournament in India instead of playing it because I just didn't wanna.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember like running for the slips and entering them in, and it was just like sometimes it was hell, like you don't know what they're writing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Especially with younger kids. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
so
makes
bring your
sense.
calligraphy pens.
Okay. Well, you heard it here first. Bring your calligraphy pens. I can't even
You
repeat.
can have a
Okay,
special pen.
guys, you're still live, but I'm gonna hand over the headphones to Matthew O'Connor. Take a small break. He's gonna take my seat, just one thing at a time, and we're gonna do some analysis here. They will be able to hear you, Nitz and David, but I don't know if you're gonna be on camera. But yeah, you can
Okay.
talk. You can talk with
All
Matthew
right.
as well. We're gonna do a little bit of analysis, and I'm gonna get up. This is gonna take just a second, guys. Don't worry, I have legs.
Good job.
Alrighty, how's everyone doing tonight? This is Matthew
And that
O'Connor in the front and center right now.
Yo, how's it going?
Hello, how are we doing? So we got a game where Dave Koenig clinched his spot in the semifinals. So very nice job, Dave. And let's look at a few positions. So first one we're going to look at is Sean's play of vlogs. And I really like this play. One thing that I think is a trap that a lot of people fall into is they overvalue the S. And so our other option for Sean that's sort of thematically different is to play vlog. But here's the trick. Sean has the blank, and when you have the blank, the S is actually going to go down in value. And the reason for this is the blank helps you bingo, and the S helps you bingo. But it's not like you're 125% of bingo if you have both, because they don't. It's just impossible for them to stack that way. So we get into a position where the S can only help you so much after you get the blank, and it makes the S less valuable. So I really like this play of Vlogs dumping the S because Sean already has the blank for his bingo potential. And then let's go to Curing. So this play is pretty interesting because I would imagine that Dave missed Jerry Can, but if Dave can bank on Sean not knowing Curarines, which is what happened, it actually becomes a really powerful play because then Dave ends up having the free use of this hook for his later S. So here we go. So we see that Sean ends up not knowing Curarines or not being sure of it. So this ends up being a really powerful play for Dave because he gets to drop his S in that spot later on. So our next turn we're going to look at is Molt. And I am not the biggest fan of this play. I think that something that a lot of people fall into the trap of is they try to see like AEINRST and they kind of try to only keep those tiles. And the issue with that is a lot of these 2-tile leaves, because there's so much variance in what happens when you're drawing 5 more tiles, that you end up in this position where there's just so much that can happen, and so your leave can't possibly be very, very good. So what I actually like is this play of Motu here, which it scores a lot more points and it keeps the L, but that's okay because the L is also a very good tile, and if Sean were to do Motu and keep it, he would be closer to a bingo. Now, will he get stuck with sticks sometimes? Yes, and this isn't an amazing leave, but the L is a perfectly good complement, and not to mention the fact that it blocks a pretty dangerous triple lane. So I like to play Motu here. Let's see what else we got. So here, I really like this play of Coney. A lot of the time, we're being told, get rid of the Q when you have it because it's the Q and it's bad. But something important to notice is that Coney leaves QAT on the rack. And the cool thing about QAT here is that it's already sitting here for 30 points in the B row. And it's basically just going to be there because the spot is relatively unlikely to be used. Not to mention the fact that if he can draw an I, he can play QI down here. So I really like Coney as a play. I think it's a great play. The last thing I'm going to notice is this exchange that Sean makes. Now, I actually think that Sean will end up better off doing this play tie. And you might be thinking, why? This keeps 3 vowels, but the reason why I like tie is basically it kind of keeps Sean within a shooting distance of Dave. He's gonna be down 32 points after this play, which isn't too bad. 32 is not too bad. If he can draw the blank, and there's a good chance he's not going to bingo next turn even with the blank, but he can kind of score 20 or 30 with whatever he draws and then bingo. And the issue with exchanging here is going to be that even if he just hits the blank and hits a bingo, if Koenig can just score like 30 points, he's pretty much locking the game away. And the only way to sort of prevent the game from being locked away is by making a play like tie to sort of keep within shooting distance. So yeah, that's that play. And what we see happen, it actually does happen in this game, is that Sean gets his bingo down, which is 70 points, but he's still down 60 afterwards. So Koenig is able to sort of just lock the game away right on the next turn by playing hay, and now Sean has no chance even if he bingos. So I really like the idea of playing tie here for 27, which kind of keeps the game within grasp. And yeah, let's see if there's anything else. I think that is it. Overall, I think it was a pretty well played game on both parts. So congrats to both of you. I had a couple of notes just to talk about. But yeah, Josh, has it been confirmed yet? Do we have a game 5 to stream?
Yeah, so you said because we were confused, we thought David Koenig was ahead 2-1, but Sean was ahead 2-1.
Oh, he was.
So it's now 2-2, and we're gonna have a game 5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
I
everybody
noticed- yeah.
everybody was confused. Hi, I'm here. Hi.
What's up? What's up,
Everybody
everybody?
was confused.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have a game 5 between Sean and Koenig, and I'm just writing the prediction. Thank you, Matthew.
All right.
I appreciate it. I'll let you
I
go.
will be back. I
I'll
will be
grab
back
my
at the end
headphones.
of this game, and I will be quackling during the game. So,
Awesome.
woohoo!
Awesome. Thank you, Matthew. Thanks for all the help. Thanks for the analysis. We're back. And they've started. Fantastic. Right on time. Okay. So we thank Matthew
right.
for the analysis. We got lots of love for that in chat. And we have a game 5.
Okay, so this
Welcome
is like
back.
the decider.
Whew.
Unless it's a tie.
All right,
All right.
let's go.
Cool. So again, we're seeing here that similar rack to before, which, Yubika, I think just changed OUO here. Pretty standard. Yeah, and Yubika had the same thing where he felt an urge to play a word, and I think we're seeing from a similar rating bracket the same urge, and this is quite a bad misjudgment, I would say.
Raleigh with a U. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and for a start,
What about
keeping a
Raleigh with 2 O's and a U? Why isn't that a word?
Well, you could try. But yeah, it's interesting. Actually, Oloy was just best there, which was obviously missed.
AULOI as well.
Yeah.
Was available. Okay. So over to Dave here.
Yeah, actually,
He has
changing OUO seems very highly. Seems on top anyway.
OUO. Another exchange. Another instance where instead of just taking only a few points, you rather just exchange and keep the best letters. So we see Fut. Seems like a solid play, solid response. It would be worth mentioning, excuse me, I'm still slurring my words, that after OU, RALI in the same spot, that play would not fit.
Yeah, that's a good note, and that's just another good reason to play the U. But I mean, keeping a U instead of an O is kind of bizarre, actually, and that's a weird one. He probably just wasn't sure of the word, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably. It's again, pretty much all of these players in North America started playing tournament Scrabble in the NWL lexicon. And once again, this is an instance where a word is valid in CSW, but not in NWL. And it's just unfortunate that so many players have had to separate and play separate dictionaries throughout their Scrabble career. But we see a very nice re-overlapping play of Z come down very quickly from Sean, and that's going to put him at 69. Nice.
So Dave will definitely be put to the test here to see if he can spot. There's a good play available. If you can see it in the chat, let us know. Which requires some pretty good board vision. So put yourself to the test here. But actually, it's not even best. And I wonder if Dave is capable of spotting what is the best play here, because these kind of plays require a good spot from Ostinio 9 for tours, 40 points. But yeah, there is something better on, and this is the kind of play that separates the 2100s and the 2K players from a bit lower, and requires some good knowledge, some good foundational knowledge of how rack leaves work.
Marg, is that it? Yeah, I didn't know that word.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, I'm stumped here, but apparently there's something better than something hitting 2W. It's 2 double.
It combines board vision with leave understanding, and Dave actually has overlooked it. So just DAG along HOED, and Uria.
Really?
Yeah, that's simming best by quite a way, like 4 points, and yeah, that does require a bit of good knowledge that SMRT is a huge rack. The defense is provided, and it also requires the board vision of knowing URE takes an A after. And words that end with a vowel, it's always easy to forget that they take another vowel hook. That's one of the most commonly hooks, the URE A hook. So yeah, that's that's a pity that that one was overlooked.
Yeah, although matures in and of itself, that's 40 points. So it's good to score 40. Sometimes,
Yeah, I mean,
sometimes you
good
just
fun.
have something like DAG available that just happens to edge it out. And yeah, it's very true. Words that end in vowels being hooked by another vowel, that is such a common miss. I once won a game because I had to bank on my opponent missing the U hook on YO, of all things, the word U that we use so many times every single day. It's so hard to spot that word when yo is on the board because it just doesn't make sense in your head that would be a possibility. So yeah, it's sometimes sometimes it's a miss, but sometimes I would be very unsurprised if David were to have considered DAG underneath Z and decided I'm taking 40 points. You're not going to stop me.
Yeah,
But
it's quite possible. And that's the other piece of knowledge that's required, is to understand that situation intuitively and know the leave values and the defense associated with the position and what will come out on top on the sim.
Yeah,
And yeah,
also,
and has been pointed out, as you're probably about to say that, a bingo was missed. I think what's interesting about that is sorry, Josh, is a 5,500 most probable bingo was also missed by an equally rated player. So you're actually seeing a very close correlation between similarly rated players and the type of words that they know and that they see.
yeah. I would say that, what was the Miss Bingo, by the way?
Regulos.
Oh, Regulos. Okay. I mean, I missed it too, right?
Yeah,
um,
oh.
but yeah, so on the gull play, but now Sean does get his bingo down of Rhea Rose, and Dave has some high scoring stuff there. Can he make a good play with that, though, is the question. He still has the G, by the way. I'm telling you, the main reason that DAG was potentially a better play than Matures is because it utilized the G. We
Oh yeah,
hate
I
the
mean the G
G.
is just
Everybody hates the G,
yeah.
right? There's nobody
Yes, sir.
in chat likes the G, I hope. But it's just such a bad tile, and he still has it. Is he going to be able to play it? Is he going to be stuck with the G for the whole game? We'll see. Dawson likes the G. Oof.
This is going to get interesting because Dave is going to be quite far behind after this turn, and then Chan will play Newtons, and then he'll actually be put to the test here to see if he can hold on in what he is a very winnable game for him with a blank in hand. But it's tough. In the fifth game, you're getting pretty annoyed. You should in air quotes win against someone that you're higher rated than, but in games of luck, it doesn't always go that way. So I could see him getting a bit frustrated, actually.
Nitz, did you predict in this one as well? This
No, but I
prediction is
should.
still going.
I
The
still
prediction is
five,
still
yeah.
going. There's
Okay.
1.4K on, who's that on? Wow. Okay, so people are saying
All right,
that
I'm in.
people are liking Sean's chances, and yes, the fact that this was a 10-minute prediction means we got somewhere in the game where we have a better idea of who's favored to win. So use that or don't use that. We'll see what happens. I like the idea of playing decaf here, maybe. But yeah, we seen it's put in some points, I think, for Sean. Is that correct?
That's an
Yeah.
interesting one. Decaf is an interesting spot. There's also JAFA available, which I think has a better valuation.
That seems better. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a Collins word. I know it. I just didn't see it.
But it sims very closely with, and decaf in fact sims on top, so just barely. And even Jaga, again on the topic of the G, sims quite similar. Sims a little bit better than Jaffa, and in fact, as I'm watching it, is crawling just ahead of decaf. But yeah, JG is an equity that is not as bad, not quite as bad as it always looks.
And we see Neaton's come down. That's a bingo, but that is opening a lot of stuff, right? So we could see something back now that David has a more balanced set of tiles. I don't know if there's an available.
Yeah, there's at least one. Can anyone see anything?
Uncogged, is that a word?
That is definitely not. So yeah, there's two bingos available here, and I'll leave it
Nits,
to the
help.
chat.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to the chat. Chat always knows best, right?
It's just like,
And
how would I,
there's
as such a
actually-
high-rated player, not see the bingo, right?
What's that?
How would I, as such a high-rated player, not see the bingo? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, well, people still don't know. I think Shalisi's still asking who you are, so maybe you're higher rated than David. Nobody knows.
Amazing.
I think Dave will really be put to the test here, not to play too quickly, because there's one play that is a lot better than the next best play. And it'll be interesting to see if Dave can take the time and pace himself and find the better, harder to see play here, which is a word that I'm gonna say that he probably knows. And I think at least most 2,000 players should know that bingo is down to like 25, 30K. And I think Dave will know this word, so I'm curious to see if he'll see it.
So I think what David is doing, here is writing down some alphagrams. No, that's a Q, muffin with tentacle, I think. But yeah, as Dave is writing down his score sheet, trying to figure out what's going on, let's give you guys a view of the tournament room. There's a lot of other games being played than this one, but we're featuring this one. But we'd like to give you a little look at what's going on. And there you go. We got a little. I don't know if that's live or if it's really a picture, but I think it's a picture. But that's the director's table, all messy, of course, courtesy of our directors, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor. We were scrambling to get everything started tonight. I'm sure we'll have some cleanup on aisle 4. No offense, of course. But we have around 60 players in that shot across 3 divisions. And we might be able to also get some updates at what's going on in the other divisions before we end the stream tonight. But yeah, thanks for sticking with us. Thank you, David, as well, and Nits, our co-commentators, for sticking together with me.
Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Obviously, I'm not saying this because we're leaving now, but just hope I'd mention it before I forgot, because I'm very grateful for you guys to have taken the opportunity to broadcast this new event with us.
I'll just someone saying what is Dave talking about? It's been enough time. There's 2 words available here. One is congrued through the E, i.e. to congrue, to make congruous. The other is gonoduct in a very hidden position.
He sees it.
Yeah,
Dave sees it.
He spotted it. Good stuff. Well, he might have spotted the word and not the spot, because he might just be aware that that's an 8 that it makes. But hopefully he spotted the spot. He's taken his time, which he didn't do previously, and he has gone the extra mile to hopefully find the better play here. And that will make a big difference in his comeback chances. According to Quackle, 2.5% it'll add, so it's a 5% swing. It's quite an important play to find for him. If he wants to get back in this game, it's instead of having 19%, he'll have 22% chance to win. Yeah,
so gonoduct through that O and rearose, I'm guessing, is the play we're talking about. Dave spots it, and he's thinking about it. And normally, There wouldn't be such a difference between the two plays. There's not a not a big difference in score, but the main takeaway is that we see, if you see into the future, if you're clairvoyant like David Elder over here, after a few turns, there's not going to be much happening potentially on the right side of the board. Um, so I think it's interesting and important to consider and play Gonoduct. I don't even know if he's seen Congrued though. I mean, that's also a tough find, but playing
I
Gonoduct
think he had it.
allows. Okay, I didn't
He
see
had
it,
it
but
on
It's
his
top
rack. Yeah.
10,000. You know, it's top 10,000, and
yeah,
Dave's
no,
rate
it's
is.
it's a word he knows. It's a word he knows for
Yeah.
sure.
So
Yeah.
I think he would struggle to see it. I'd be pretty surprised if he missed it, actually. And the
Yeah, so
first thing you think of as a blank is an R and scrounged and whatever, so I'd be very surprised.
So yeah, Gonoduct is spotted, and I
Oh,
think what we're seeing it, which is this is beautiful, and I think Sean is probably gonna give it a nickel, which means he's gonna
Yeah.
challenge it potentially, and maybe Dave's gonna get an extra 5, but maybe not. It looks like he's being held. Oh no, he
Yeah.
hasn't made the play. I think he's holding, but yeah, we'll see if Dave draws his tiles immediately. Looks like he's not drawing immediately, which means that yes, he is indeed on hold. And if he's able to get that extra 5 points, every 5 points matters. Every point matters. So
Yeah, it certainly
that
does.
also adds to the value of Gonoduct, but it is not challenged. Sean just boldly going where many
Two
people
things
have
here
potentially gone
many.
before. But yeah, I'm
is
gonna.
that one, you can see that before when Sean didn't challenge, because he definitely doesn't know Gonadog. I mean, or it's very unlikely. He let that go with Asar and Curarines before, so it's actually just quite possible that he's averse to challenging Dave in general and knows that Dave's someone who knows his words. And on the flip side, Dave is actually proving his 2070 rating here, because that is a top class find. That's very hard to see in that situation. Most people would just play Congrued.
Oh yeah, I probably would miss Gone and I guess I'm sadly under 2,000 after the early birds. But yeah, I don't know if I would have seen it. I didn't see it in the commentary booth, and I'm nice and comfy. So all right, so Sean has the queue still. He was able to play Dishy for a nice 48 points, but he still has that queue. We hate that queue. He's considering playing Quay for 20 through the U and Gonoduct, I believe. But it's very scary to leave so much open. One of the things about the queue that's so bad is even if you have a play with it, that play is often forced. Forced meaning that you basically have to do it even though you're not happy about it. um, and so yeah, often your plays with the queue will not address parts on the board that you would like to address if you're leading. And yeah, this is a pretty good example of that, I think.
Yeah, a bit weird that he chose not to play QIS, which does seem a little better. I wonder if he just was feeling a bit nervy and wanted to score more points. It's almost the same, but the difference is there.
Yeah, so BT comes down, and at least that one spot, that triple, which was just staring both players in the face, is gone. So Sean can breathe easy that there won't be a killer blow of a triple on the next move. And now Quay comes down, and hopefully, I would have liked to see like Miley on the board. Sorry, that's not a word, but we know Miley.
Oh my god.
Um, But yeah, I think that's the play. I
Wait,
mean,
all
maybe
right.
Ylem. What do you think about Ylem, guys, and YE
Yeah, I mean,
from
it
between the
certainly
E and BT?
looks. Well, hang on. Where are you playing that?
And YE, just
Oh,
to take away the spot.
Hmm.
yeah, but it gives away an equally valuable spot, so it's kind of a nothing exchange. It
Yeah,
scores a lot more and keeps a decent lead, so I think it's yeah, it's probably a bit better, but yeah, it's It's a bit.
I don't
I
know.
think there's
Yeah,
probably
no,
a
you're
third.
right. You're right. It opens an equally dangerous spot. So it's probably not.
I'm just trying to quick sim on that. I've been simming this game the whole way anyway. 'Cause I'm
Um,
curious. I mean, oh, sorry. Yeah, YELM is a word, so that's a much better version of that, obviously.
oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and yeah, that seems very similarly with Timely, and then QUEY is pretty similar too, and then the other plays a few back. But yeah, and this seems like an okay play. I think B Take was honestly a bit lazy. If he looked a bit harder, he could have seen BOKE along the bottom and realized that he actually does need to leave the triple triple open and the massive spots open. What he's done is he's made this a very ugly board for himself. And this situation is not looking good for Dave Koenig now.
We need to have a. We need to. I mean, unfortunately, we have you tonight and tonight only. But I should have made like an Eldar hot take little
Oh my
widget
God.
there. It's like, yeah, and that was one of those moments. So Boke, wow, that's
Oh, Newt.
that's a crazy play.
Well,
Oh, Newt,
it,
look, Newt
it
is
looks
aligned on
crazy.
the rack.
Newt, 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 Newt.
You're happy.
It looks crazy, but it's not. When you really think about the position and you realize how grim it is, it's not all that crazy because this situation is ugly for Koenig.
Yeah, mentioned in the chat, MZ, another one of those S Joe like words that just very interesting hook is available for the rest of the game. However, Sean has the last M and he's playing it with Swim.
Wow.
And that is going to take out a little bit of stuff and score very well. What is that reaction, David? Is there
Yeah,
something
and I'm just wondering if he knew that JAFAS was a word. Perhaps he didn't know.
Oh, he
Because he
probably
could have
does,
said
but
Willis there, WILIS, which is a lot better than the play he chose. It's a bit of a paranoid play here.
oh, you find very interesting. Another hot take. I don't know about
I
that.
don't know what I'm gonna take. I mean, I just do what the computer says. But yeah, the you know the
I think
computer.
that yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead.
go.
Okay,
No. Sorry.
I think that if Dave doesn't do something now to open the board, Sean can just make some sort of play, maybe making SI or IS or ID or something just to block the rest of the board and
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm.
It's possible that the computer isn't really seeing that for what it's worth. It's
Well,
obviously not seeing that Sean can do that for sure.
What you're seeing now is actually the result of that play swim, and that is a rack that cannot score more than 20 points
Yes.
next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And that is one of the real dangers of that play. I mean, he's a bit, can we say lucky? Not lucky, but like he's on the better side of luck that Dave also has trash, but Dave could bingo now, and Sean, excuse me, has, things can go wrong basically. And you see this all the time when a 1700 plays a 2K player. This kind of thing happens all the time. It's very common that there's a lot of focus on blocking lines or to get ahead and blah, 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 blah. And what can end up happening is the focus on that can end up letting the other player get back in.
Yeah. Yes, so he did block. So the thing that Swim did that Willie's did not do is that it blocked that E, which is something to block, yes, as Shalisi says. But Wiley's or Willie's and Jaffa's that scored 39 points. Swim scored, if I can do some quick
36.
maths, 36.
36.
Oh, thank you, computer. I mean, David.
Yeah.
And now David Koenig is faced with a decision, I think, between Tunney and Towie, right? In the same spot, overlapping Swim.
Oh, this is ugly.
Or is there something else? I think he knows that it's ugly, and he's definitely looking for other options.
Where is he thinking of Tunney? Sorry?
The same spot as Toei, so making Awa, TIT, and Emo, which
Oh,
scores
oh
just
yeah,
as much.
okay. Sorry.
Oh.
I
Oh
think
wow.
it scores just as much
Damn.
as Toei.
Yeah, that's a nice find. That's a nice find. Good one.
I didn't
I
find
imagine
it.
that.
He found it.
Oh, okay. That must be
He had
best
it
buy.
aligned.
That
I
must
would
be
have
best
found it.
buy.
Okay, I would have found it. Let's just say I'll put it out there. I would have found it. And maybe I did find it. No, I didn't find it, but I would have found it. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm sitting
just
here. They're
anything.
playing. Dave is number 2 in the world. This is a youth champion. And Naui instead of Taui. Very interesting.
That's a choice.
I wonder if we can get an idea of what tiles are remaining, because that would potentially be guiding the decision to play Naui over Taui.
Naui is interestingly simming a little bit better than Taui and Atoni. Mind you, Dave is allegedly only 7% to win here, but he's clearly, or maybe he just guessed right. These things tend not to really matter too much, but he might have just happened to get right what the better letter to keep here is. And the first thing you want to look at when you see something like this is, why would the T be better than the N? And is there one spot on the board where I can put my T? And maybe it's considering the O12 spot for some sort of play, but it doesn't seem that likely. So I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Right. So someone in chat messaging. Yeah, I guess they're
Actually, yeah. Go.
mentioning
Yeah.
it. The T goes better with the R in rear
Yes.
rows. That is definitely a spot to think about. And actually, if we go back to the decision of swim over Willies would have blocked that R. It is very hard to play through that R because it has to be the second letter in the word that you're playing there. But that is something to consider for sure.
I'll tell you what, with 5 eyes left, it's probably thinking of words ending in TION. As someone in the chat has pointed out, ATION is a very realistic bingo probability for Dave. And I'm wondering, Dave may have cottoned on to that. And he was close to drawing aviation? I mean, he was probably thinking, that was if he was looking in the bag, that could have been a real possibility. So Dave may have cottoned on to that, and it's reflected in the sim. And in fact, I'm just checking that, I don't know, the sim is not saying that it bingos any more than the other moves, so that may just be a human error then. So I'm wondering where that, oh no, sorry, excuse me. Sorry, everybody. Yes, the T does bingo 4 more percentage than Toei.
Huh.
So yeah, Dave was right, and that's a great site actually. Good vision by Dave Koenig.
All right. The board is opening. There's no staircase here.
And this is just another great example of why you
Timbers.
that time closing the board. Because now you're back where you began with 2 lines that you can't really do anything about. And except now the score is, it's actually a little bit close.
Yeah, it's getting closer. Yep. Sean's still with a 41-point lead, and still a blank to come. Neither player has the remaining blank, and that's going to be very important. Sean spots his play of Neef on the bottom right, making in LINTE. That's a nice high score. But again, it does not address the threats that are present.
There's nothing he can do about it. That's the problem here. And there is, but at what cost?
If we could have a score update, it's possible that the score of VAU was not counted in there, and that he's actually even closer. But right now, the score is indeed valid. And Noah SL, who, by the way, has finished the series against Matthew Tunnicliffe. They fought very hard. Is in chat. So welcome to Noah. Well played. Hopefully we can see a little bit more of you in the constellation brackets over the weekend. Tunnicle. And yeah, the score is up to date now, 300 to 321 plus NIEF. And look at this, guys. Dave is down to 2 minutes. That must be very pressuring. The game isn't really over yet. The blank is still out there. How many letters are left? We're getting close.
There's about 18 letters unseen, -7 from his rack. I think there's a couple of things here. One is that VAU is much better than UVA. That's another good observation by Koenig, that he needs the V to bingo through, which is not traditionally a bingo tile. So that's a 3-point improvement on UVA, which is showing that he's being observant of that stuff, and good control from Shan, not to just randomly block and take the triple. He controlled himself. He didn't like, oh my god, I have to block. He just played a 30-point play, which keeps his lead at least.
Yeah. What do you think is going to happen? Are you still rooting for Sean? You put your points in.
Yeah, I think he's got a chance. I mean, he's picking up okay-ish tiles, and the V setup. So who knows? We still have what?
Yeah,
how
Lapia.
many tiles
There it is. Yep.
Oh,
Whose turn is it?
yo.
They stopped the clock because they have a score discrepancy. I'm pretty sure.
Right. I think Dave ran out of time there. His boo play is quite weak. He probably just didn't know what to do anymore. It really just doesn't really score enough. But I mean, he got away with it almost. He's got a decent record.
Dave, hold on a sec. He's up. Sean's up 52. Tilapia's score is 80.
Yeah,
there's still some play here.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought you said it's not going to score enough.
No. I think it very well could. And sorry, what I said is he might get away with it. I.e., Koenig might get away with BOO. Which might get him over here. I think he'd still have to be pretty lucky, but we'll see.
Up 38 actually. Okay, because we don't have BOO in there yet. Yeah, thank you, Noah. Actually, one of the things that Noah is very good at is following the score. Noah tends to be very accurate when it comes to making sure people know what the score is. So thank you for that. So Tilapia not great. Yeah, so we're gonna have to see if Sean blocks the spot of Tilapia.
This could be quite a thrilling finish here.
Yeah, it'd be cool to block Tilapia with pozoles. But
I don't think that's a word, right?
Pozoles?
How are we spelling that? Oh, that's good. Sorry.
Yeah. Yay.
Whoops. Nice.
Josh 1, David 17.
No, I apparently don't know my Mexican thick soups of pork, corn, garlic, and chili. All right.
Yeah, man. Gotta know your foods in this game. If it's not a food, it's a shrub. If it's not a shrub, it's a rock. If it's not a rock, it's a medication. And if it's not a medication, it's an element. If it's not an element, I'm gonna keep going, guys. I'm sorry. If it's not an element, it's a monetary unit. Okay, I'll stop.
So tough here for Sean. What does he do? Like gild up in the corner or something and just play equity? And I don't know. It's not easy now. Oh no, there's 4 in the bag. And for those who don't know what's in the bag, I'll write it out for you. ADIIPRTT block. So there's what's unseen to Sean Abassi or however you say that.
Whoa, how many eyes is that?
Oh, that is actually quite a dangerous unseen for Sean. So he can't play more than 3 tiles, or he can, but it's dangerous. Yuck.
Oh.
And now we are seeing Swim really come home. Like, ouch. Yep.
You saying there's 4 in the bag?
Unless I miscounted, there's 4 in the bag.
Is there 4 in the bag right now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so Sean is considering the play of girl, which will lose instantly to Tilapia.
Yep.
And that is it.
Whoa.
That is it.
You
He saw it, and
That was instantaneous.
Dave is gonna take it. Wow.
Wow.
I can't stress enough. Everyone was saying, when he played swim, but this is why you don't play swim. It's really, you learn the hard way.
And we see the emotions on Sean's face. Whether it's he wasn't aware that he was emptying the bag, or whether he was not happy to see Tilapia come down with the unseen letters that he saw. But yeah, I think he realizes that girl was not it. I think he miscounted. Yeah, look, he's
miscounted. Yeah.
He's tossing the bag and he's like, damn, I miscounted. So one of the things that you have to be aware of nearing the end of the game is your play leaving tiles left in the bag? Because if it isn't, and your opponent plays all of their letters, the game is over. Whereas if you leave letters in the bag, you might have an extra play or two.
You might, but look,
so it just seems that Sean did not realize that he was emptying. Sorry, go ahead, David.
It's easy to focus on the last play because the last play is so closely tied to what happened, but that's not really where this game went askew. And it's very easy to get caught up in like, oh, I should have done this, should have done that, but not look to the beginning or the middle of the game where it has, radiating results, which radiate through the rest of your turns. And what ended up happening is Dave caught up, and there wasn't the ability to block anymore. And he had to make a play which scored some points. And he had to expose himself to getting bingoed on, and it happened.
Yeah. Final score appears to be 415, 369 in David Koenig's favor, taking the series 3-2 after being down 2-1. Congratulations to David Koenig. I think we have standings coming your way for maybe all divisions. So this is the CSW B division. Right now we are showing you the Premier division. And these are the 3 games that have happened in the span of the 5 games that we have witnessed tonight. So these people have been done with their games, I think, for quite a while, but maybe not so long because of the format. Sue Tremblay is in the lead, at 3-0 in the B division. Ari Sinki is in the lead in the NWL A division over Max and Jason Lee, who both also have 3 wins. And in the NWLB division, we got Kyle Falahi, my counterpart from Montreal, strongly in the lead here, 3-0. Followed closely by 3 other players, Charmaine, Hank, and Lilla. So those are the standings in the entirety of the event. And we're back to B, where Sue Tremblay is in the lead over David Nwabor. But anything can still happen. There are, I think, at least 12 more games to be played throughout the event in the other divisions, whereas here we might see 14 more games, or 16 if we have ties and like everything goes incredibly crazily. But yeah, as you see, these divisions are operating differently. We have this premier event, first time we have a bracket style match in a multi-day tournament of this nature. So I'm glad you guys are all here with us. We're gonna go to Quackle now, to Quackle analysis again with Matthew O'Connor, and you guys can say your goodbyes if you're planning on heading off. David, Eldar, and Nitz, but it's been great to have you. I'm gonna hand everything off to Matthew.
Thanks very much for. Thanks very much for having me. It was nice to chat a bit, and I don't know. See you guys around.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll be following along in chat.
Yeah,
if you can, David. So thanks for being here, and Nitz. Cool.
All right. Thanks so
And
much.
thanks for being
All
here.
right,
Yeah,
Steve.
appreciate it. All right, over to Matthew. Switching off again.
Alrighty, what's up, everybody? Oh, what an exciting round 5 that was. We got to see Dave Koenig with a impossible come from behind victory. Wasn't that crazy? That was crazy, wasn't it? All right, let's take a peek at some of the plays because I think that I have some commentary that will help you people out thinking about stuff. So the first thing I noticed was maturers. And the thing to note with maturers is I actually do think it's the best play, but I think it's a close call between a couple of different plays. So the other options I see are Marg and Dag. And both of these plays accomplish the very important task of getting rid of the G. The G is really bad if it's not accompanied by its best friend, the N.
He's right. He's right.
If the G is not accompanied by its best friend, the N, you need to get rid of it. So those two both accomplish the very important goal of getting rid of the G. And you can sort of see in the window with the equities that it runs very close. And Maturers also has the issue of opening up a pretty nice lineup here. So I actually do like Maturers, and I would do it myself. But it is important to note that this is a pretty close call. So let's see what else we got. This one, I think that QIS here is going to be a hair better. Oftentimes, if you don't see a nice QI play sitting as a backup, I think often if you don't see a good QI as a backup, you should try to get rid of the Q even at a significant sacrifice. So I think Dishy is a solid play. I think that QIS is going to be just a little bit better. And the reason for this is because the best backup play that Sean is sitting on right now is QUEY, which is all right. But it's only 20, and the backup play that Sean is sitting on with with QIS, Sean's backup play after QIS is Hyde right here, and that's 42. So if nothing changes, he gets QIS and Hyde down for 78, as opposed to Dishy and QUEY down for 68. Now, obviously, Sean could draw the U or spike something like QAIDS, but I think personally, I have a slight preference towards QIS. And that's not to say that Dishy is a bad player or that Sean is a bad player by any means. Obviously, this is a tournament and it's a high pressure spot, but I think that if I were in Sean's shoes, I think I like Dishy. I think I like QIS just a little bit better. Let's see what else we got. So the next play that I would like to talk about is Naui. This is critical juncture in the game, and I think we got a couple of options here. So the other options are a Tunney, which is 33, and then Naui and Towie are both 31. So let's discuss the relative merits of these plays. So a Tunney keeps the W, which is bad. Naui and Towie keep an extra vowel, and it's a duplicate. That's also bad. So we're basically choosing between the least sucky option. And the cool thing about Naui is that we are drawing into a pool with 2 N's and 1 T. So just for that, I'm going to give a slight preference to Naui over Towie because Koenig is drawing into a pool of 2 N's and 1 T. So that's pretty cool. The other thing to think about is if you're going to keep the W, do you have a good spot for a next turn? And it doesn't really look like he does, which is why I like Naui the best. There's no real good place to drop the W, so since Koenig is in bingo mode right now because he's behind, he's going to have to drop the W very soon if he wants any chance of winning the game. So he's going to end up dropping the W for 13 or something a lot of the time after Naui. After a Tunney, and so he's going to end up slipping away a lot of the time, such that even if he gets a bingo down, it's not going to be enough. So I actually do like Naui, and I think this is an interesting position where there's a lot to talk about, so I decided to talk about it. And then let's see. This is another turn where I think there's a really interesting concept at play here. So this is a rack where all of Sean's options are going to be kind of sad. And when all of your options are kind of sad, you basically have to try to accomplish something. And Sean did that he accomplished something by getting a nice leave with the 3 eyes, right? He got rid of the 3 eyes, he got a much nicer leave, and that accomplished something. However, the more important thing in my mind that Sean needs to accomplish is getting rid of this line down here with the D on row 14. And the reason for this is if you look at the unseen tile pool, I know there's no E's left, but besides that, it is actually pretty scary. So the play that I was looking at that I really liked was Ina here. And this actually accomplishes 2 things, not just one. For one, it blocks row 14, right? And that's a good thing because that's the scariest line on the board right now. The other thing that accomplishes that's kind of cool is that Sean is up by 41. So it's getting kind of hairy with the score right now if Sean just exchanges, because you can see there's an alternate universe where Sean plays Ina and then Dave Koenig gets something over here like Fane. And then if that happens, Koenig can actually win pretty easily without even a bingo. So what Ina accomplishes is it gives Sean a little bit of padding with the score, and it blocks the most potent bingo lane on the board. And obviously it gives Koenig something, but when you have to get a letter in a specific spot, it's definitely a little bit scarier. It's definitely a little bit harder to work with. And what we're going to see later on is this position right here where now Sean has to worry about the V and this row down here and this S, all of which exist because he decided earlier to exchange instead of trying to jam up this section of the board. After Ina, Sean can kind of dink his way to the end with like low to medium scoring plays, and he can outrun all of Koenig's 30-point plays. Yep, and I'm reading the comments, and I understand what you're saying, but what we're going to notice is that Sean ended up giving Koenig 3 shots at row 14, which is pretty scary. Obviously, the pool's not great. There's no E's, but there is the blank, which can be an E. And he gave Koenig 3 shots at it, which is not good. And he put himself in a position where after Val, he had to worry about the dual threat of Koenig bingoing and outrunning without a bingo. So for those reasons, I really like Ina here over the exchange. And let's see some other plays that were suggested. We got Ina on I4, which is all right. I like that too. I like it better than exchanging. The biggest issue is leaving row 14 open for one more go, but it accomplishes some amount of rack cleanup, which is good. And it also gives Sean about the same amount of padding with the game score. And then we got Nisei, which probably does the best job of rack balancing. However, it doesn't score as much, and it leaves row 14 open. So yeah, so that's another situation.
All right.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Should we-
I think we're gonna. Yeah, I mean that was probably the key play. Yeah,
Yeah,
the exchange.
so-
I. But thanks
good.
everybody. We could obviously analyze, and after the game, the players were also analyzing at the table. There's a lot more to be analyzed, and we will have Matthew back
for better
tomorrow
or worse.
for better always. And yeah, I guess I'll just do the outro with Matthew. Why the hell not?
Hey.
Okay, thank you everybody for being here at the inaugural Canadian Scrabble Classic held in Kingston,
Yeah.
Ontario. Everyone's here. Everyone's having a great time. The stream's running pretty well. We have your feedback. We enjoyed seeing you in chat. And tomorrow we're back with bracket number 2, the semifinals, the top 4
Yeah,
players.
We are gonna see. We got Will Anderson versus Matthew Tunnecliffe.
Mhm.
We've got Dave Koenig and Jason Keller.
Mhm.
We've got Noah Slatkov and Heidi Robertson.
Mhm.
And
in the
we
losers
have
bracket. Yeah.
Jason Yubika and Sean Abbasi. So
Right. The top 4. So the top 4: Will Anderson, Jason Keller, David Koenig, and Matthew Tunnecliffe. Right.
And as a reminder, everyone who goes at least 2-1 in the bracket matches will take home some money.
Yes. All right. Anyways,
All right.
that's it, guys. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Games are starting at like 9 or 10 or something. I wish I knew this, but yeah, I think it's like 9.
Yeah.
Just come on whenever you want. Maybe come early so you don't miss anything. You don't miss out. Anyways, later, everybody. We're going to go to the outro scene or whatever they have in store for us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.